Hello everybody, my name is Garlips and I'm here today to ask one very simple question. In space, can people hear you scream and screw and punch journalists? No wait, that's the second game, isn't it? I think so anyway. But yes, it's Mass Effect. We're here to race Mass Effect today. We've got two racers here who are going to effect some mass. But first, let me introduce myself. Hello, my name is Garlips. I'm solo riding it today, unfortunately, because we're in the middle of a standard work day in the UK. But I've got more than enough ample notes to fall back on that have been provided very kindly by Hex. So I should hopefully be able to help you understand what's going on. Or maybe we'll discover it together. Who knows? It's quite possible. But lovely to see you in already. Welcome in Mr. Matt, Adrian's Revenge, Wugger. I can also see people putting their bets in already. It's very nice, very healthy prediction going on. Don't forget to put your points in if you haven't already. But first, let me remind you exactly why we're here. And that is because we are brought to you by the Wheel of Struggle. We're a gaming group that play different games every week based on a wheel spin, and we compete for points. It's kind of like a book club for games. If you're kind of sometimes stuck about wanting to play a game and you want to be told what to play each week, and also like a real variety of games, we have things like sometimes strategy games, I should say, all the way through to platformers, shooters, etc. You know, a whole bunch of stuff. So if you want to play varied things as well, it's a great thing to be a part of. The community is absolutely fantastic. It's given so much time and energy, not just to the Wheel of Struggle, but also to this project, StruggleR. So please do, if that interests you, go to the website, which is wheelofstruggle.com. For more information, you can join the Discord. And sometimes you just want to feel a place out before you decide to make a commitment, like the Wheel, because obviously it's a season and there's a whole bunch of games that you have to get organized and play. So feel free to join the Discord and just kind of scope it out first and see if it's the kind of thing you want to join and be a part of. We would love to have you, so please do consider that if you're watching this race today, either live or on the VOD. So, what are we racing today? We are racing Mass Effect Legendary Edition, a new category that's been created just for this game on speedrun.com, which is really cool. Glitchless. So, as I understand it, racers must complete the game as quickly as they can using the newly instated glitchless category. Racers will be preparing ahead of the timer starting, but still on stream, getting past the opening. So in a few moments, we will move to the race screen just so you can see that setup taking place. This race will be on Insanity difficulty. And if the end of the race is close, we will use the load removal time of our racers to call the placements. That's going to be, I believe, in the top right. Or is it in the top left? It's one of the two. You're about to find out. So if there are close calls, we will rely on that to reliably predict who has spent the least time in the game and done it the quickest. So without any further ado, I am going to immediately introduce our racers, Hextree and Umaro. This is going to be an absolute fantastic race. Can't wait to speak to the both of you. But I'm going to hop over to the main screen so that you can begin to see some of this setup. So feel free, gentlemen, to begin your setup process now, and I will ask some questions to annoy you in the meantime. So, Hex, let's start with you, player one, of course.
Hello.
Why did you decide to race Mass Effect today?
So it was Umaro's suggestion mainly, but I had been streaming the entire trilogy over the past couple of years, and Umaro here actually sat and watched all like 100 hours of it, which is crazy. So it was a natural choice for us to race. Umaro has a lot of experience with this game as well, but I've never seen him play.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So an unknown quantity for you. He's seen a lot of your gameplay, but I would imagine your gameplay today is going to be a lot more refined and focused than it was when you were first.
Yes, I would hope so.
Yeah, playing. Okie dokie. So Umaro, what was it that made you think that you wanted to race this game?
Yeah, as Hextree said, I watched him play last year, and I've actually speedrun this game before for the wrong reasons. So I thought it would be an interesting one.
Nice. And yeah, so I take it you both have hundreds of hours experience with this title now. So feeling confident?
Actually, I haven't practiced that much. I left it for the last day, and and we'll see what happens.
It happens, yeah. Sometimes I just let the cards fall as they may when I'm in a race, and
Yeah.
you never know. You never know.
I do have a ton of notes that I made last night, so that's fine.
Cool, excellent. We love a set of notes here at StruggleR, absolutely. So, how about you, Hex? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I got some practice in over the last few days, so I'm feeling reasonably confident, yeah.
Excellent. Well, you are, of course, I believe maybe I need to double check this, but I think maybe the only person with a StruggleR 100% success rate. So
yeah. Well,
yeah.
there might be one or two who've done like one game, maybe.
Well, yeah, exactly. You've done what? I think this is your maybe 4th or 5th now, something like that.
Yeah, Anno, Mass Effect, Legend of Little Ralph, and
Mirror's
something
Edge.
else. Mirror's Edge. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, I mean, that means it's your race to lose, but I'm loving the confidence. Does that strike fear into your heart, Umaro?
Not as much as when he said, "I will destroy you."
Well, chat are very excited. Mr. Matt is, well, they're all calling beard power. I think it's because of your profile picture, Umaro. So, this is part of the setup, the opening cutscene, I imagine. So, once you both have control, you're going to be pausing, and we're going to be beginning from there. So, not much longer to go, but we're doing the setup on screen so that you could all see it. I'm going to switch over to game audio now. Yes, Mr. Matt, I slipped with the button. Congratulations, you caught me in 4K.
Arcturus Prime relays in range. Initiating transmission sequence.
Our races today are projecting something along the lines of a 3-hour race. So we'll probably check in at the 1-hour mark, the 2-hour mark, and perhaps nearer to the end if there is time. So any questions that you have for our races today, feel free to let me know in the chat, and I'll take them down and we'll ask them when we get to our races.
Board is green. Approach run has begun.
Music in this game is absolutely fantastic.
Hitting the relay in 3, 2, 1. Thrusters, check. Navigation, check. Internal emissions sync engaged. All systems online. Drift, just under 1500K.
1500 is good. Your captain will be pleased.
Only one who's talking to you.
Okie dokie. I believe Hex is at the ready point, and Umaro won't be much longer.
Okay, give me a minute because I have to
No worries.
lower the volume because I could not hear you at all
Not a problem.
over the cutscene. There we go. Ready.
Okie dokie. Hex is making a sound adjustment as well. So I gather now you are both ready.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Right, well, let's get this race underway if you're both ready to go. So, I will count down from 5, then I will mute and deafen you, and I'll be checking in periodically, as I said. Good luck, both.
Yep, good luck.
Good luck, Hex.
Okay. Race beginning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck, both.
I'm telling you, I just saw him. He marched by like he was on a mission.
There we go. Both our racers are muted and deafened. And off we go. Racing through our own little spaceship here. Chatting to people and probably getting those chats over as quickly as possible.
Transmission from Eden Prime, sir. You better see this.
Gonna lower the game audio just a tad so you can hear me talking over the dialogue. Let me know if it's too quiet, by the way, chat. You are my sound check today. I mean, everything sounded fine in setup, but it's always good to get confo. I'm taking down these questions, by the way, Mr. Matt. So I hope you're aware of the fact I will ask every single one of them and attribute them to you, of course. Sounds okay thus far. We haven't got into a battle proper yet. Well, okay, brilliant. Let me know when we get there. But yes, this is Mass Effect. Very exciting. Is there a Twitch category for the remaster? There is a Twitch category for Legendary Edition, but it doesn't specify the game. It's like, you know that they released like that collection that was like all of them in one? That was the only one I could see. So I thought it probably better to go with original Mass Effect as a category. I'm sure the other category probably gets more eyeballs, but this will be specifically for the people looking for the first game. Like,
take us in, Joker, fast and quiet. This mission just got a lot more complicated.
A small strike team can move quickly without drawing attention. It's our best chance to secure the beacon.
that's
Grab your gear and meet us in the cargo hold.
that's your man. That is. I can't remember his name. He was in
Tell Alenko and Jenkins to suit up, Commander. You go
Oh
ahead.
fuck! I used to remember his name. He was in They Live, and also he did the voice for the guy in Saints Row.
Engaging stealth systems.
Did you do Arbiter too? Gets around that guy.
Somebody
I used to
was
remember his name, but I
serious
can't
digging
at the
here,
moment.
Captain.
You're...
Nihilus, you're coming with us?
I move faster on my own.
I'm gonna put a name to the voice. Let me just have a look real
We are
quick.
approaching drop point 2.
He's great in They Live, by the way. Nice to actually like see him in a role and not just hear him. Keith David, that's it. Keith David. And yeah, it's a. This list is a who's who of all kinds of stuff. 401 appearances. Oh my goodness. Yes, he is the president in Rick and Morty. Anyway, I'm not going to get sucked into another IMDb rabbit hole. So, as you can see here, our racers are beginning the first mission. I believe this is Eden Prime. Lieutenant Commander Shepard, serving on the Normandy starship, is sent on a mission to Eden Prime with her squad mates Caden and Jenkins. The objective here is to retrieve an ancient Prothean beacon that was discovered by by the human science colony there, and accompanying them is Nihilus, a Turian Spectre. Spectres, of course, are the high-ranking agents that serve the Galactic Council, and Nihilus will be evaluating Shepard's performance as they've been put forward as a candidate to potentially be the first human Spectre. It's all coming back to me now, chat. I played through the first good half of this game, sort of back in, I guess, like 08, something like that. It's been a long time. I should go back and finish it, because I did really enjoy it. And I haven't played 2 or 3. The good half is the last half. I was enjoying what I was playing. I got to a point where I landed on a planet with my car, and my car kept getting fucked up and stuck, and I was like, I could be playing Skate 2 right now. So I think I'd probably just kind of moved over to Skate 2 and never came back. But I would like to return to the series because I did enjoy Mass Effect. No, Mr. Matt. You know what I have to. I have to play all of them. It's like I have to play them all in order. I think I have the I think it was on PS Plus, the collection, the remastered collection. I do, Mr. Matt. I have to. I have to, Mr. Matt. But yeah, so that's what's going on today. I also have a complete description here of not just the plot, but also some of the game mechanics. And of course, Hex has sent me his strats as well ahead of the race, which is very useful. I'll be able to explain things as they go based on what Hex's the decisions he's making. But yeah, straight from the off, they're able to choose a variety of different classes to play as. It has 3 core archetype characters, combat, tech, and biotic. These are sort of analogous to the classic fantasy archetypes of fighter, thief, and mage. And humans can have 3 pure classes. Soldiers are in all combat. They're proficient with weapons and armor sizes, have special abilities related to shooting or defense. Engineers are tech specialists. They're good at depleting enemy shields and disrupting or hacking robotic enemies. Outside of combat, they can also hack terminals, containers, and doors, which is pretty important to have in a squad. Adepts are the pure biotics class. They have a range of powers with different effects, often extremely powerful forms of crowd control and area of effect damage. But in addition to those 3 pure classes, there are also 3 more hybrid classes between those: Vanguard, Sentinel, and Infiltrator, each with their own quirks. And Hex has chosen to play today Vanguard. He says, Vanguard because it has a strong mix of biotic and weapon powers, in particular lift for disabling enemies, barrier for protection, and adrenaline burst for resetting cooldowns. And he's taking as his bonus skill assault rifles, because it's a good all-round weapon. So that's the kind of gameplay you're going to see from Hex here today. Making some stat point adjustments here. This was the other thing I liked, is that you can put your, as you level up and gain experience, you can put your stat points where you want them as well. It's always good in an action RPG. You can favour what you like to do the most. But yeah, both of our players here today on Eden Prime at the moment, doing the first mission of the game. This is the first mission that, spoilers, if you've never seen Mass Effect before, goes sideways very quickly. Thank you for that question, Wooker. I'll get that one down. But I can already answer it from my own perspective as a dirty, filthy controller person. Oh, did we take a death there? I think we took a death there with Umaro.
Leave no evidence that we were here.
For me, I'm just at home on a controller, more so than mouse and keyboard. I can use mouse and keyboard perfectly fine if I have to, but I'll always prefer a controller. Simple hours logged, muscle memory retained, I'm afraid. That's the main reasoning there. Yeah, so Umaro choosing to kind of run down this gauntlet corridor quite a bit, tanking damage.
We need to find them all and shut them down.
We'll see if that works out for him. I can't remember now if I think your health bar does gradually, yes it does, come back slowly, doesn't it? You do regenerate health, so that's good. He is indeed. I mean, I'm just gonna put it out there, and I mean this in revered, like, this is nothing but a compliment. Hextree is a machine. Hextree has, as we discussed earlier, a flawless, unblemished StruggleR record. And it really shows. He puts in the time, he puts in the effort, he gets good. If he's not already good at games, he takes the time to make sure that he is giving the race his all, which is commendable, and honestly, an example we should all look to follow. Especially myself. I mean, I will say that the great thing about StruggleR is that everyone kind of has a go, and it's not necessarily about, you know, oh, you've got to be the best of the best. But I'm sure it doesn't hurt to wake up and be the best. I'm sure that's a good feeling. And so, yeah, we'll see if Hex can not only keep this lead, but consolidate and build on it. We shall see. We shall see. I think Hex has done the majority of the mission now. This might be the cutscene where it explodes and everything goes sideways. I think it might be.
This is amazing. Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up. Something must have
Yeah.
activated it.
Roger, Normandy. Standing by.
When Shepard does this, and she looks at it like that. It was so long ago that I played Mass Effect, but it's all coming back to me. I always thought these outfits were vaguely Power Rangers-y. Especially because she's the pink one, because she's a girl in it.
Shepard! No, don't touch it. Too dangerous.
Shepard there getting a glimpse of what happened to the Event Horizon in the movie of the same name. Thank you for that, Adrian. See, there's something for everything at StruggleR. Something for everyone to enjoy. So you can see kind of Hex's tree illustrated here. Hextree's lead now illustrated quite clearly here. Umaro is just getting up to this pillar or beacon that is going to create the cutscene that he will have to sit through.
They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
But not that far behind in the grand scheme. I would make a cautious estimate of a 2 to 3 minutes maybe. So not that far behind in the grand scheme. This is a 2 to 3 hour race, and that's not a lot. That really isn't a lot.
Dr. Chakwas, I think he's waking up.
So yeah, I mean, this is going to be a joy. I'm basically going to get the speedrun version of Mass Effect.
How are you feeling?
How did everyone play their Shepards, by the way, as well? I'd love to know that kind of information while we watch this race. I always played FemShep. I was on a... Well, I didn't actually get to get laid with anyone, but I was on a one-woman lesbian quest to rule the galaxy. And if I return to Mass Effect and play the trilogy, I'll be adopting... I'll be picking up the old quest and finishing the fight, as it were. I mean, I think that's the really cool aspect of Mass Effect, is that you can make Shepard your own. The one thing I will say is, in a majority of the marketing material, especially for like 3, I remember it being, you know, the typical male Shepard at the front, and that kind of sucked, like, because I was such a fan of playing as the female Shep. So I mean, I don't know. But that's how I liked to play. I also liked this guy, played by Seth Green. He was always doing the jokes, you know, the guy. He was the jokes guy. But yeah, look at all these unskippable cutscenes. What is this? Eat led the return of Matt Hazard. Also, yes, Mr. Matt, I agree. Those blue Norks were amazing.
Look at the size of that ship.
The Ascension, flagship of the Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower too.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers and any
Welcome in, Strife the Historian. Well, goes to show what I know. Maybe I meant to. I might have meant to. They did all kind of blur into one for me back in the day because it was a series that I did put a few hours in the first one. I really wasn't playing, so I consumed a lot of media about it without actually like playing it. So because everyone was talking about it, it was, you know, it's definitely one of the big trilogies of that whole kind of like console cycle. So, but welcome on in. Yeah, this is a we are the Wheel of Struggle, and this is StruggleR, our off-season racing block. We have a whole bunch of races still planned, not even halfway through the season yet, but already so many great moments, and today is no exception to that. This is a glitchless race between Hextree and Umaro on Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
Allow me to be your guide.
Hey! Welcome in, Lovenflufen. So glad you could join us. Looks like that call I made to your work paid off. They finally listened. I said, if you don't let my boy sit down and watch this race, I'll terminate all funding.
Good luck, Shepard. Maybe they'll listen to you.
I pulled out the big guns. So, of course, Hextree is now in the Citadel. This is kind of the hub area, the main place that you return to throughout the game. You can buy things here. You can, you know, advance the plot several times as well. But I did not get myself a friend on the mic. Are you offering Lovenflufen? I mean, I can change things to reflect on screen if you're interested. But no pressure if not. Either way, great to have you. What a loading screen, by the way. That was tremendous.
That's him.
So, as I touched on before, it's very much the case that we are potentially going to be joining the Spectre organization, or rather become a Spectre, which is these special agents. And it's a bit in question now that that last mission went tits up, but I believe ultimately they are on the side of making us one. Totally up to you, Floof. Totally up to you. I would happily welcome you, but feel free if you just want to kick back and relax, that's also fine. If you do want to join, just hop in general and I'll pull you in.
What are you waiting for? I'm standing right here. This is Fist's only chance. If he's smart enough.
By the way, I love this guy. I love all these guys, the Toad guys. They're amazing.
What was that all about?
Who knows? Let's just try not to get caught in the middle.
I'm probably upsetting a lot of people by calling them frog guys, but... Anyway, I would love to welcome to the stream Lovenflufen. Welcome in, Lovenflufen.
Hello, I'm sure is there any audio shenanigans?
No, everything should be fine and working. I'm going to update the commentator thing now, and then I will get you a link. So, 1 second, sir.
Frog guys, they're the Krogan guys.
Ah, okay. It's too close to Kurgan for me.
Let her go.
And Highlander comes first, because of course there can be only one. Right, let me get this commentator fix thing here. Right, so this one is the
Perfect timing, Shepard. Gave me a clear shot at that bastard.
There we go. That should be fixed right now. Let me get you that link.
Does look like it has indeed been fixed.
Right, there we go. That's a very good point, Kravit. Yeah, what can we play Hex at that we might stand a chance of beating him at? I mean,
I could beat him in Command and Conquer, but I don't think he'd accept that race.
Yeah, I mean, I think strategy games would be the way to go, but he's a formidable force in the strategy game genre as well.
He's got strong genre, weak genre. Oh, that's loud. Hold on one second. So,
yeah, I'm going to turn it down on the stream slightly as well. The gunfire's quite loud.
So, our friend Hex, and I say this with love, I've watched a lot of his streams, I've watched a lot of his gameplay. He's a lot better at logical strategy than he is reactionary strategy.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why I said Command and Conquer, not because it's a game I know, but because I've seen the difference between like the way he plays something like Anno versus the way he plays something like Command and Conquer. Command and Conquer needs you to be much faster, whereas Hex is a procedural logical thinker. Sometimes he gets a little bit caught off guard by how fast things can happen. And it's not so much the strategy that trips him up as it is the speed that the game demands from you.
Yeah.
Which is why I think he was absolutely going to excel in a game like Anno, which is a race he had earlier in StruggleR that he also won, because the game doesn't demand speed from you, it demands intelligence, and Hextree has got that in bounds.
Absolutely. I love that we're basically talking through the equivalent of getting him in a dark alleyway with a knife. Like, what can we possibly, like, blemish that perfect record with? It's a hard question. It is, but maybe some leads there. Maybe some leads. I love that he's employing this kind of like pop a shield and then run away from a room full of enemies kind of strategy.
Yeah, no, again, I actually do agree with what Kramit said there, in the sense that actually a game like Mirror's Edge is a good game to beat him in. I know he did win that race, but that is the kind of game you'd want to challenge him to, where I think you'd stand the most chance of beating him.
Where's Fist?
Well, it's going to be NBZ up against him in the Titanfall 2 race. Z is a very accomplished runner, so maybe she'll be the one to break the spell.
I was about to say fingers crossed, and then I was like, no, I like Hex. I don't want to bet against Hex.
No, if anything, the one thing, we will be the true victors in yet another amazing race. So
I missed the start because I was attending a call that wasn't happening because it was cancelled and nobody told me. What are the rules of this race, Garrett? Fill me and the stream that might have missed it in.
Yep, actually, I did not fully cover them in detail, so let me just do that. I'm going to be scrolling back up in the Mass Effect channel just to find exactly where it's written. But essentially, it's a new category that's been developed kind of for this race, but is now reflected on speedrun.com. I believe they asked the mods for a kind of a specific breakdown of what would go into the category if it was following the rules of essentially being glitchless. It's called glitchless. So, the relevant points here. Let me just double click on this link. Here we go. So, here are the category rules. Achievement bonuses are allowed. Timing starts when you first gain control. Oh, hang on. The rules have shut. Let me try that again.
My rite of passage into adulthood.
ME1 glitchless show rules. There's so many adverts on speedrun.com, it's insane.
How low do I have to turn this sound to not be deafened by the gunfire?
The answer is quite low. Timing starts when you first gain control after the initial dialogue with Joker. You can choose to load a save that is at the exact point in the game to make resetting quicker. Use of any of the following is banned. Any method of getting out of bounds, the armor mod swapping glitch, the Nevaria garage pass skip, the pause menu while cutscenes are playing, infinite Paragon Renegade point glitches, save load cutscene skips, and map reset save spamming. For additional clarification, the following are allowed. A few tricks that make use of the Marco in potentially unintended ways, including jumping over the gate on Therum, squeezing through the rocks on Therum, taking no damage while driving on lava on Therum, and parking the Marco in a way that you can enter it from the top of the gates on Vermeer. So there you go.
Okay.
Beat the game as fast as possible with a new level 1 character, no character imports allowed, and play on insanity difficulty for the entire game without changing the difficulty.
They are playing on the insanity difficulty.
They are
as well.
indeed, yeah.
Very impressive, very.
Commander Shepard, step forward.
They're going to be really challenging themselves with this one. Did you ever play Mass Effect, Gallops?
I did. I played the first one. Up until at least maybe like 2 or 3 planet missions. Like, I remember the driving was like, it was fun, but it was also incredibly glitchy. And I don't know why I never returned to it. I think I went to a place with some mines. Like, I remember some mines. How about yourself?
I have played the Mass Effect games. I enjoyed them, but I am a Dragon Ager.
Ah, yes. I played more Mass Effect than Dragon Age.
Often picks me up a lot of slack for saying I'm a Dragon Ager. I'm the same with Warhammer. If you want more reasons to hate me, I prefer Warhammer Fantasy over 40k. Just fantasy has always landed better with me than sci-fi.
That's fair. I mean, there was a brief moment when I was about 12 years old where I was into Warhammer, and for me it was about the fantasy as well. I had I was into the vampire armies. I had the book, the books you get that like detail all of the lore.
Oh yeah,
for your
Count Carstein and all of that.
Yeah, it's great.
Excellent. Wasn't that far from you on the map? I played Tomb Kings, so. Skellies. I always liked the idea that they implemented that the undead didn't rout from fear because they're undead. Yeah. I thought that was the coolest thing ever that someone had ever come up with.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime.
But anyway, back to Mass Effect. It looks like our players are still reasonably close to one another.
Yeah, so I believe Umaro is just about to be made a Spectre while we've just seen Hextree be made a Spectre.
Yeah, Hex has sort of maintained. I get the sort of double vision while I'm watching them. Hex has always maintained a sort of slightly. So I look at Hextree, see something happen, miss a part of it because he's going through it so fast. Quickly look over to Umaro's and I can see it almost happening.
Yep.
Exactly where Hex has skipped it off.
Exactly that. By the way, I'd like to welcome. We've got a new follower today, Strife the Historian, who definitely isn't Handsome Strife. We've managed to clear this up, and I believe must be a Mass Effect runner because they just said all my glitches. Sad face, because I think maybe they're a big fan of those glitches. Yeah, it is a shame that we're not doing a glitched run today, but I think one of the cool things about StruggleR is we do all sorts of things. We do any percents, we do glitchlesses. I will say a glitchless usually tends to focus on playing fast and well, which is definitely my preferred method when it comes to speedrunning. But I do like when sometimes there's scope for like some cheeky glitches, especially the tactics that provides. You know, do you go for this? Is it risky? It's always a.
I like skips. I don't like glitches, if that makes sense. So I like it when people skip chunks of the game through precise platforming or careful inputs, but I'm not a big fan of watch the screen distort as I write things into memory.
Yeah.
I believe they call that ACE.
Yeah, stale memory manipulation, things like I'm not a huge. I think it's awesome, and I think it has its place, and it's fun. You know, it's fun to hear. Oh yeah, guess what? Now we can beat Ocarina of Time in 4 minutes. But like for me personally, I think I was saying this to you the other day. I'm as a runner, I'm incredibly inconsistent. So the harder the tech becomes to use and get going in a run, the less chance I have of getting runs. So I kind of tend to stay away from things that are full on glitched anyway, just simply because my skill level doesn't allow for it.
Yeah.
But it has its place. Yeah, I agree, Strife. That's absolutely my take on it. Like that has its place and is still impressive. I think yeah, it's a really broad church and there's room for everybody.
Absolutely, and I always bring it up as actually a point of comedy in that one of the reasons I fell in love with glitchless is because of how I got exposed to speedrunning. I watched it a long time before I ever tried a speedrun, and the way in which I watched it was as sort of like bedtime television, or while I was playing a different game. So I always liked glitchless because they tended to be longer runs, so I got more content before I had to change a video.
Yeah, it's nice. Well, I think I was imprinted. So the first speedrun that I properly saw and took in and enjoyed was Silent Hill 4, which, no surprise, that was my first run. And I feel like that was the sweet spot for me because it's got just the right amount of some little skips, little tricks, but not like too much. That I think it set the blueprint for what I prefer to run. I've never really thought about speedrunning an RPG. Well, this is sort of an RPG. It's like I would call this an action RPG, like hybrid. I've not really. This is not really my genre to speedrun. I do enjoy this kind of game, but the problem I have is menuing. I struggle with menuing very fast, and I gather that this game, although it doesn't have as much menuing as some games has, it definitely has some sections where you're just like in the menus trying to move as fast as possible.
I've got a real love for people who can sort of speedrun RPGs because they're so detailed. And I'm gonna create a cardinal thing and always reference something like glitchless Pokemon, for example.
Yeah.
And you've got the top tier runners. The one that always comes to my mind is Shenanigans, and you've got someone like Shenanigans who is saying, "Okay, I've got a 73.2% chance to win this fight," and then the opponent does a move, and he goes, "Right now, that chance is 42.5% chance to win this fight."
Yeah,
and I'm just like, the amount of information that is in that head relating to Pokemon is impressive.
Yes,
I could never do it, so I respect it.
Absolutely, and things like Final Fantasy VII and step counts that sort of like 3, 4, 6 hours in, they're still kind of like on a step count, and they know roughly how many steps they've got and what's going to happen. It's incredible, honestly. But yeah, no, and it's sparked off a real discussion in chat as well. Lovely to see it. Appreciate all of your viewpoints on this. It's really, really interesting, and it's really, really fun to see these different kinds of games being raced as well. Like we said, you know, we've got a couple of world firsts in StruggleR this season, at least as far as we're aware. We had our Alone in the Dark trilogy race that, you know, runners of the game were telling us no one had put on before, so that was fun. We've got more of those coming up later, and I mean, we've got a 3-person Dynamite Heady race. Now, I'm not going to say 100%, I know for a fact that that's never happened before, but I highly doubt it. So that's going to be fun. And yeah, all kinds of games. I mean, Z is in the chat right now, and she's going to be, as we said, facing Hextree in Titanfall 2. Oh, here's one of these rock skips that were mentioned in the document there that I read. I can see that Hex is giving up on that and trying again.
So I didn't say it when you were introduced, but welcome in, Strike the Historian. We've had throughout StruggleR, Garlips has already said we did the first of an Alone in the Dark trilogy race, and we actually had the Alone in the Dark speedrunning community come in for that, including the world record holder, who gave us some help in practice. So welcome on in. It is lovely that through StruggleR, because anyone can join and anyone can give a challenge, and it can be about anything, so long as you can find a way to turn it into something that someone can compete against you at, can be raced. We've met a lot of people just because we're constantly, yesterday we were in the Alt F4 community for a day. The day before that, we were in the Tomb Raider community for a day.
Yeah, it's lovely to see people popping in who have experience in the game at the least, and are world record holders at the most. Hex is having some trouble with this rock skip though. It looks a bit finicky.
I've been very happy everyone's focusing on Hex's undefeated record and not mine. I don't do well under pressure.
That is true, and you've got 3 wins under your belt now, which is almost 4.
4. I've got 4.
Oh yeah. So what?
I won Advance Wars, which I guess doesn't count.
Oh, the blind race. Yeah, I forgot the blind race. That's what it was.
I won the blind race, and then Alone in the Dark and Alt F4.
All I'm saying, Floof, is there's a dark alley and a knife with your name on it.
Yeah, I deserve it. Perhaps Hex and I have to face off as to who gets.
Oh my goodness, yeah, because we would get an answer either way, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I shouldn't have kept it. I got an immeasurable amount of luck in yesterday's race, to be fair.
Honestly amazing. Watching a little bit of it back this morning while making the notes and getting it released on YouTube, I was just in awe. But it does look like Hex has got through that that impasse he had, and Strife saying that that is why Hex tried so hard to get it, is because the tank makes this section a lot easier.
Yeah, and I think there's an element of that. Sometimes it's very easy to go, oh, it's sunken cost fallacy. They're just not giving up, and it would have been faster to do something else. Sometimes no. Sometimes the convenience of the trick you're doing can be minutes, and if you think in bigger skips in the context of speedruns, you can skip entire hours of a game. So
yeah,
sitting there to try and repeat over and over and over and over and over again can still be worth it, even if it can feel a little awkward as a spectator.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you, Strife. You're being very helpful, and we always like that.
Yes, much appreciated. So Garlips and Floof, I've noticed the timers are a little different. Should presume they are also self-timering. So what the racers have in their top right is a load remove time, or an LRT, which counts the time and pauses it during loads. So what you're seeing here is kind of a difference. I mean, it will be affected by other things, including where in the game they are and how many loads there are. But we'll be using that in instances of closeness. So say, for instance, there's a difference of 10 minutes between their two timers. If at the end of our race, the other person could complete it in 10 minutes and does so, then they would win because of the load remove time. But in every other instance, it's going to be RTA. It's just if, say if they're both at the end of the game and one finishes and then the other finishes, but they do it in under the difference between the two timers, then they would technically be the winner. It's just there to provide some, you know, to make sure things like load times aren't included. I would love to run every race with LRTs because it's a lot fairer, because it means your system, if it takes a while to load, it's not costing you in the race. But obviously, I don't have the time or the expertise to make LRTs, so yeah, unfortunately, it's not always possible.
I think there's an element of that even when glitches aren't involved. So NBZ says it's hard to play a game glitchless once you know how much you can skip. It's also just hard to play a game for fun when you know how to play it well.
Yeah.
So I always think in the context of strategy games, like it's really hard to look at StarCraft, which is a game I play a lot, through the lens of someone who's just playing it to play it, when you know that this is optimal and then this is optimal, and then when the opponent does this you do this, and then when your opponent does this you do this. It's really hard to get back to that magic of I just like the pretty colours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the touchstone I always return to, but Silent Hill 4 has a section called Building 2, and in Building 2 there's a skip called Eileen Skip that basically cuts out like a good 30 to 40 minutes of casual gameplay. Even if you were speedrunning it, it cuts out at least 5 minutes. So I don't remember how to do Building 2 anymore without the Eileen Skip. If you asked me today, I would be fumbling around, like I wouldn't know where to go.
I was really embarrassed actually, because I was playing I'm playing the StarCraft 2 campaigns co-op with Silver at the moment, and he got a weapons upgrade, and I was like, we're against Terran. Why on earth would you ever get a weapons upgrade? Armor upgrades are far more efficient. He's like, what? I don't know that. Like,
yeah.
Why would he?
How dare you have a childish sense of wonder at these things?
How dare you do something that isn't optimal? And it did make me just sort of reflect and be like, oh goodness, yeah, it can be nice and even important to go back to that sort of just enjoying the game for the sake of a game.
Totally. Also, welcome in Quantum Player 1. Lovely to see you. Hot off your recent Tomb Raider win. Congratulations. Quantum P1 is also going to be co-commentating the Mega Man Chaos race on Sunday with me, which I'm very happy and thankful for, because I know a little bit about Mega Man, but not a lot, especially classic Mega Man, so it's good to have an expert.
I believe Mega Man's been on the wheel a few times.
Yeah, that's my sole experience with classic Mega Man is the Wily Wars, which a lot of people say isn't a very good port, so...
It's not great. I think I did alright in that. I think I won that, or placed well.
Oh, and Mega Man Soccer, yeah, don't let me forget, Z. I played 2 minutes of that.
Correct, yes, Mega Man Soccer. Mega Man Soccer or Sonic the Fighters?
I think I prefer playing Sonic the Fighters.
Yes,
and it pains me to say that.
I've said it 1,000 times. I actually, unironically, like Sonic the Fighters, because it was a tech demo for what would become Virtua Fighter 3, which would be a cornerstone in fighting game development. But back to the race.
Yes. So we have our races here, diverging paths, because I'm pretty sure Umaro hasn't been on this mine planet doing this mine mission yet. So they've taken different paths, I believe.
Yeah, I'm aware we've got quite extensive notes. I don't know if you've told everyone the existence of these, or if we just look like we're cheating.
I have.
We've got quite extensive notes from Hextree about the kind of decisions that Hextree is going to make. But did you receive anything from Umaro indicating what
Not
they
really,
might?
no. I think Umaro was saying before the race began that he has not had as much time to prepare and practice for it. So I don't know if he's just freewheeling it or if he has a plan in mind, but unfortunately we don't have any details of it. I realise Hextree has been incredibly helpful with this race and providing the notes. So it makes me want to provide notes for the people in my races. So I'm going to try and do that in the future.
Yes, he did it for the Anno, and I tried to do it for the commentators in Alone in the Dark, but there was just so much to cover across 3 games that I kind of sort of gave up halfway
absolutely.
through.
That's fair.
Especially because I was running out of time. And that has been a theme of StruggleR Season 3. I think we can call it StruggleR Season 3, subcaption, we're out of time. Because I think just about everyone who has had a race has gone, I haven't really had the time to practice as much as I would like to.
Yeah, it is a thing. It's a very busy time of year as well, sort of back to school, like autumn, fall time of year. It's very busy for a lot of people. Sadly, we've just had DMAC drop out of the Mega Man race on Sunday that I mentioned.
No.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think DMAC's made a judgment call there based on the fact that he's going to be putting his all into the other races he's appearing in, like SMZ3, which I know he's already done a lot of practice for. So it's probably a wise call. But
yeah, I respect that. I mean, he was originally also going to be a participant of the Alone in the Dark race, and he needed to pull out to focus on other races then as well. So it's not all of us can be in 13 races and somehow race them all.
Yes, or like some of us also have slightly more blemished race careers as well. Mr. Matt sums it up better than I ever could. Sometimes you just got to pull out.
Oh, Mr. Matt, I love you. Never change.
I would also like to say thank you, Strife the Historian, for joining the Discord. Don't forget, if you are a newbie watching this and you like the cut of our jib and you want to see what the wheel is all about, the Discord is the best place to go. You can also find up-to-date listings of the races that are going to be happening this season, alongside timestamps that will tell you exactly what time in your part of the world that the races will be occurring. A lot of elevators in this game.
Somewhere. There we go.
Very, very sneaky loading screen trick of this era of gaming was, get in the elevator while we load stuff.
Yeah, it's very clever. It's the sort of the out of sight, out of mind. You know, players, your game doesn't actually have to load seamlessly. It just has to pretend that it does.
Yeah.
I always think, partially because I don't do anything else with my life and I only understand strategy games. A game called Tiberium Sun by Command & Conquer was sort of famed for writing the early template of a pathfinding algorithm that would become sort of famous for how pathfinding would be done in these games going forwards. And they were interviewed on it, and they were like, how did you come up with such sort of technical brilliance? And they were like, we didn't. Our objective was to just catch the computer doing something stupid and prevent it so that it looked like it was being smart. We didn't make it smart, we just tried to stop it being dumb.
And making it smart is a nice byproduct of that.
And just by stopping it doing things that a player would look at and go, that seems strange, makes it appear like it's being intelligent.
Nice.
And so that's sort of the same sort of design principles goes into the seamless loading. You know, the player doesn't really care that it's loading in the background so long as it's loaded. Parenting 101. I wouldn't know. I'm not a parent.
That makes sense.
It definitely feels like dog ownership 101.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense actually, because you're kind of like, that's probably why so many parents like turn around at the age of like 18, 20 of their kids and they're like, wow, we did a good job. Because at the time they were just fighting fires. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. Oh, wow, you turned out great. Oh, that sounds good, Strife. I like those videos where devs are forced to watch how people have broken their game.
Well, I find it interesting as a sort of dev principle now that speedrunning has become a consideration. You know, some games release their games with like an inbuilt speedrunner. You know, some devs receive like sort of critical reception because they're patching out, like they're targeting speedrunners and patching out their tricks. I find it interesting that this fun little hobby for a lot of us is actually quite pivotal in the design of some games. You know, there are games that are built entirely to be speedrun now.
Yeah, it is. It's the hobby continues to grow, and the one thing I will say is, if you're watching this at home and you've always thought, "Oh, I'd like to give a speedrun a go," just do it. Just start, download LiveSplit, and just do a run of a game. It doesn't even have to. You don't even have to learn the tech or anything. Just start playing a game with the timer, and you will improve. You'll see improvements, and then maybe you can go and take a look at what the world record does. You can find a guide. Like, just pick a game that you're good at or that you have a lot of experience with that you don't think you're going to ruin for yourself, as we described about 10 minutes ago, by you know, making it that you can't enjoy, like the childish wonder of how you casually play it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I echo that. I'm talking like I've been a speedrunner for years. I actually did my first ever speedrun in February, and it was for a masterpiece called Cry of the Infected.
Oh, yes.
And that was my first ever speedrun, and now I'm looking to put times on the Alone in the Dark boards. So you'll find something. You might not gel with every game you run, especially if you run 1,000 like Garlich does. But there will be a game out there that actually, if you give it a go, you'll be like, oh, I really enjoy this. And it can be a lot of fun. And you don't need to aim for world record for every single game that you play.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, you might also try speedrunning and find out very quickly that it's not for you, but at least then you'll know. So Hex has now gone to the icy, snowy planet that Umaro has already completed. Well, I'm imagining Umaro might be heading to Therum next, which was the rocky planet that Hextree was getting through that barricade with.
Yeah, so they're more or less on the same route, but inverted. If you just swap these two around, they've just gone to the mirrored each other, I think is the correct term. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Gallup, stop me.
No, I know exactly what you mean. They're kind of. I believe they're yin-yanging right now. That's what's happening. They are perfect asymmetrical pieces that form together to make a lovely cohesive whole.
I've sparked a little bit of a debate about patching speed tricks. Kramit says patching speed tricks drives him mad, especially for gamers on a launcher only. Good luck down patching. I'm sort of in the middle, as annoying and on the fancy as it is. I think it depends on what the trick is, the context of the game, and when it was patched.
Yeah, there's no one-size-fits-all thing, but yeah, as far as I'm concerned with patching, like or down patching, wherever I can, when I'm involved in making decisions with the speedrun, usually I accommodate things like new things. So, for instance, we just had a situation, a serious business in the Super Clown world. Super Clown 4, for anyone who doesn't know, Super Clown Ultimatum, launched earlier this year on Steam.
Oh, no.
And the recent update, the creator of the game created an extra level. Now, like, I'm sure in some communities they would be like, okay, you need to down patch, and we'll have like this patch as one run any percent, and we'll have the new patch as another category on any percent. But we've just decided, because it is just me and Lindblom, shout out Lindblom, that we'll just like obsolete the old runs, and new runs have to include the extra level. Like, that's very easy for us. It's very easy for us, so we don't have to like down patch and stuff like that. But there are other games where, you know, a significant amount of time might have been put. This is just over the space of a couple months. There are other games that like receive patches a year after that fundamentally change things. And so I totally understand that in those kind of situations, you don't want to lose all of the, you know, the rich tapestry of runs on a previous board, you don't want to have to like strike that and start again. So I do think, yeah, it definitely depends on the situation and the context.
I kind of a little bit more meta-gamey than that myself. I'm like, you know, if your game wasn't originally designed to be a speed game and they're patching out glitches that you use that say fundamentally affect the multiplayer of the game, then I think it's a bit suck it up, buttercup. But if you're like a single player only game and this bug isn't hurting anyone, then I'm a bit like, well, why did you need to target them? Why did you need to go out there and be like, you're having fun? Don't do that.
Especially so, yeah. I mean, there are things that, you know, like, they're very small things. So, plug for a race that's coming up towards the end of the season, or rather, sort of like, I wouldn't say the end, but certainly in a month or so. We're going to be having a Resident Evil 4 randomizer race. And Resident Evil 4 has a very cool little trick where if you're buying a gun upgrade from the merchant, specifically an ammo capacity upgrade for your gun, it will give you a full clip. So it's a strategy in that game to empty your gun before you buy an ammo upgrade so that you get extra bullets for free. And they could very easily have gone, this was a bit of an oversight, and people have learned to use it and abuse it. Maybe in the remake we won't include that feature, but no, it went wholesale into the remake just as it was in the original. And you know, it's a tiny little thing that literally only people in the know will use, but it's beneficial and it doesn't hurt anybody, so it made it through just fine. Maybe it might even be intended game design, but the point is there are these little things that should be allowed to go through. Great question, Wugger. You're talking about the Dipman glitch, and yes, the Dipman glitch is allowed. We are playing a randomized seed, so it could be, but by the way, that seed has been tested by DeckyF, so it's apparently it's very difficult. Tater84 and DeckyF worked on it to make it extra mean. That's why we've taken the difficulty on that race down from professional to normal, and that's going to be myself, Mr. Matt Internet, and DMAC. But yeah, Dipman is allowed, provided we encounter the Dipman, presumably in the merchant store. If he doesn't have it, or we can't find a striker, then we won't be using Dipman. But it is on the table. Yep, a vetted nightmare seed. we know it's completable, but we also know it's going to be hell on earth. So that's great. I do love Resident Evil 4, but back to Mass Effect.
So we could just talk about all the exciting things coming up in StruggleR.
Oh, and I'm sure we will. But in a few minutes, maybe about sort of like 4 minutes or so, we're going to check in with our races for the first time. So I have a couple of questions here from chat. I have who did the best voice work in the game? Do you feel the series went downhill when they brought in a breedable robot? And are you playing on a controller? And if so, why? Those are the questions we have so far, but if you've got any more, now is a good time to get them in the chat so that we get to ask them.
I feel like that last question was more targeted at you and your tendency to just play everything on a controller.
Apparently it's for Umaro from Wugger, but yeah, I felt the need to immediately defend Umaro on that because yeah, for me, like I've got the man hours on a controller. I've got the muscle memory, the experience. I can still play things on a keyboard and mouse and have done so and enjoyed them, but like that's where most of my skill resides, is on a controller. When I raced Tater at Only Up, I lost. When I raced Tater at Chain Together, which has a controller scheme, I won. So, and to be honest with you, me and Tater are talking about a rematch where we do Only Up, Chain Together, and Doggy Up in like back to back to back. And I'm going to get a controller scheme for Only Up and practice with a controller scheme so that like I have my best chance at winning that race.
I like it. Real investment. And that's the other thing, for those of you that are sort of new to StruggleR, like Strife. Grudge matches form. There's a sort of winner takes all going on at the moment between Garlips and Tater on their up games. I think Tater won Only Up, Garlips won Chain Together, Tater barely won Doggy Up, and now they're just going to race all three and call it good.
That's the beautiful thing about the wheel, and not just StruggleR, but the wheel of struggle in general as well, is rivalries are born and burn brightly.
Not now, Commander.
We're in the middle of a fight.
Take out those hostiles.
Kramit saying the versus all is a plan. Oh, for Ocarina of Time is a plando. I don't think it is a plando. I think Mark generated a random seed, but I think Mark then checked that seed and probably, you know, selected one that he liked. He probably tried a few and found one that he thought was a good fit for the race. So in that regard, yes, he might have done some planning into it, but I think he also tried to do that and it didn't work. So I don't know. We'll know on the day, won't we? But yeah, we've got 2 Ocarina of Time races this season. One is a versus all. That'll be 4 people racing against each other in a randomized seed. That's going to be at the end of this month. And then halfway through next month, we've got a 2 versus 2 archipelago randomizer, which basically means that 2 teams of 2 share linked game worlds where the items for the other person can appear in the other person's game and vice versa. So you send things to your teammate and you try to complete the seed together. That's going to be very exciting. I believe you're on comms for that. I believe you're on comms for both, Floof.
I am on comms for everything Zelda, I believe.
Yeah, fantastic.
I have put it all in my phone calendar because otherwise I'll forget.
Very wise.
I am in for Link Awakening, Zuta again. Yes, I appear to be in for all things Zelda. So if you don't like my voice, I do apologise.
Also, welcome in, Silver. Lovely to see you. Right, I don't think chat have any other questions. So, I mean, it's about time to check in with our racers. Who do you think we should check in with first?
As you can tell, I'm not really pulling a thought. I was going to say my gut was Umaro, but then I was like, but then Hex because he's ahead. But then Umaro. It's hard to tell whether Hex is actually ahead.
It is. It's very hard at this stage. It does look like Hex is potentially doing more shooting at the moment than Umaro is, but that might change as well. So I guess we'll go with Umaro first. That's fine.
Now entering decontamination and transit hub. User alert. Loose contaminants.
Good morning / good afternoon, Umaro. How are you feeling?
Hello. Well, it's not going too well.
We couldn't tell from here. It looks like everything is.
The thing is, when I picked up the Shepard's locker at the start of the game, it usually gives me a pretty good assault rifle, but this time it's given me a shotgun, which I have no use for. So I'm forced to use a much weaker weapon this time, and it's really messing with me.
That's unfortunate. And we did see you take, I think, a death on Eden Prime, but overall you're still doing very well.
Yeah, it's going well. I got a little lost on Noveria, but
yeah. So we wanted to ask you about that. And do you think there's do you have a strategy when it comes to which kind of optional, like not optional missions, but the order in which you're tackling them?
Yeah. I'm doing Noveria first to get some equipment.
Nice.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Sorry, we are distracting.
Yeah, I'm supposed to run away from that one. There you are.
Cool. Well, oh, by the way, I will introduce Love and Vlufen, who's joined me on commentary after getting a cancellation of his day's work. So say hi, Floof.
Oh.
Hello, Mara. I hope you're having fun.
Hi.
We have a couple of questions from chat. If you don't mind, feel free to tell us to fuck off. But we're going to ask them anyway because chat will be annoyed if we don't. Who do you? What is your best vocal performance in the game? Who's your favorite voice lines?
Sorry, 1 second.
No worries.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, we just wanted to know what your favorite vocal performance in the game is. Like, who's your favorite voice?
Oh, like a voice actor.
Yeah.
Probably Rex.
Okay, yeah, I can get behind that. I mean, I did call him a frogman, and some people did get upset about that, but I was quickly corrected. Excellent. I have a question here from Mr. Matt. Feel free to completely ignore this because it's most likely nonsense. Do you feel the series went downhill when they brought in a breedable robot?
Sorry, when they brought in what?
A breedable robot.
Yes, definitely.
I think this was just a plan to get me to say those words over and over again. We
quote it.
We finally have a question from Wugger, who wants to know, are you playing on a controller, and if so, why?
That's a good question. It's because I originally played this game on Xbox 360, and I'm used to it.
That's absolutely fair. I figured it was that because I'm very much the same. If I played something originally on a controller, that's where I've got all the hours logged, so it makes total sense. Okay, well, that is the end of our questions, so we will get out of your hair and stop bothering you, but this was the hour check-in, so keep going. You're doing very well so far, and the race is still being run. Best of luck, and we'll check in a little bit. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Okay.
Interestingly, he said pretty much effectively the same thing as you, that he's just used to a controller, and so that's what they're going to use because it's what they're familiar with.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. I'm very much aware that some of the games that I play, if I were to make the move to mouse and keyboard, that is the quote unquote superior way to play the game because it gives you more control, especially like so one example I can think of is I love Call of Duty. Like, not a lot of people expect that of me because I don't play it a lot on stream, but I really love the single player campaigns of Call of Duty, at least up to a point. And so Call of Duty Classic released on the Xbox 360 series console, and there's one level in that where you're in a house. I think it might be in Russia or after the Stalingrad mission. I can't remember. Anyway, point being, you're in a house that you are defending against tanks, and there's an anti-tank gun upstairs, and like literally to pivot the tank gun enough, like quickly enough on a controller is extremely difficult. Like on computer, it's very easy because it's a mouse and it's much quicker, more responsive, and you can kind of like dead zone much quicker. But on the controller, it was hell, and I remember definitely having issues with that back in the day. So like I'm well aware that like sometimes mouse and keyboard just trumps controller, but yeah, it's very hard, quite literally, to let go of the controller sometimes.
Well, I was thinking about a lot of the common arguments that you get when it comes to like mouse over controller. It's like you've got much more precise movement, it's much faster, you've got flick, particularly in FPS games is what they call the flick, to get the quick aim. And I was thinking, those only really help you if you've got the experience and the control over them. Because I do play FPSs with a mouse and keyboard, and I actually think it makes me worse because I flick and then miss because it's too fast, it's too responsive, and I go right past what I wanted to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, there, like for instance, Silent Hill 4, the example I always return to. I played that on mouse and keyboard, and that was an adjustment. That took me the time to kind of like reprogram my brain when it comes to that game. Mainly because, I wanted to be competitive, but also back in the day, it was harder to get the controller to work on the PC with it because it's one of those very old PC games. But we've kicked off a discussion in chat. Also, ads, I missed your question while we were talking to Umaro, but seeing as we don't have a Hex-specific question, I will ask your question to Hex instead, and he will have a very precise response for us, no doubt. So Let's head over to Hex and see how Hex is doing.
He's just died? Was that Hex that died?
Well, Amaro's just taken a death and also had a critical mission
That was
failure.
Umaro that died.
Yeah.
Excellent. Sorry, on
That's
the
all right.
video, I don't know who's top and who's bottom.
Yeah. Hex is
know.
should, because I've not looked at the Video Ninja link at all because I'm always watching in OBS if I'm watching a race because I'm usually broadcasting. But I gather it will always put like I don't know what it looks like with like multiple players, but a 1 and 2 it should hopefully have Hex on the left and Umaro on the right. Hopefully.
I've got the window slightly squished so I can have a pop-out chat, so it's top-bottom for me.
Right, gotcha.
It put Umaro on the top and Hex on the bottom, which is how I got confused.
That's confusing, yeah.
Yeah. It's all right. I figured it out now.
It might be... Oh, so that's actually interesting information. Because Hex got into the room first, but then he left the room to make some changes and come back in. So technically, Umaro was in the room before Hex. So yeah, actually that... So interesting. Okay, I need to bear that in mind.
It's not the end of the world. I know who's who now.
Cool. Yeah.
Should we interview Hex?
We should indeed. Oh, by the way, we've just had a poll. Do you believe Garlips loves Call of Duty? And people wrongly have said, nope, he's a COD hater. Mate, I love COD. We'll do COD on stream at some point. We'll do the classics. We'll do COD 1, COD 2. I've not done COD 3 on Veteran, but I've done Veteran, COD 1, COD 2, COD 4, COD 4 2, COD 4 3, all on controller, Veteran difficulty. So get on my fucking level, scrubs.
I put an embarrassing amount of hours of my life into getting all the Xbox achievements at the time for World at War, which was my favourite card game.
Fair, yeah.
Doing that on Veteran difficulty was a real ordeal.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's not one I've actually played through because around that time they were doing the whole Treyarch Infinity Ward split thing, and I ended up liking the Infinity Ward one, so I kind of stuck to those. But I believe World at War is definitely my brother's favourite Call of Duty, so I gather it's quite good. Right, okay, let's talk to Hex. Good afternoon, Hextree. How is everything going?
Hi. Things are going well. Like, I'm only about 30 seconds behind my PB, so yeah, pretty happy with this so far.
Fantastic. Yeah, we've been watching from here. We were very much impressed by that rock skip that you did with the tank that you mentioned in your notes. Took you a couple of goes, but still, like, we've actually got a expert in the chat, Strife, who is Strife the historian, not to be confused with Handsome Strife, who was explaining to us that it makes such a difference against that boss, especially on the difficulty level that you're playing on.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We have a couple questions for you from chat. Chat would like to know, what is your favourite vocal performance in the game? What's the favourite kind of like character voice you like?
It's got to be Morden's song. Oh, well, that's actually from the second game, if we're allowed that. Actually, oh no, wait, it's from the third game. But yeah,
we'll
he
allow
sings the song, but I forget the name of it.
Okay, interesting.
Maybe Strife can tell you what that song is.
I'm sure. Thank goodness for them. They've been answering a lot of our questions. I have a question here from Mr. Matt Internet. Feel free to disregard it. Do you feel the series went downhill when they brought in a breedable robot?
I'm trying to remember whether that's actually a thing or...
Yeah, see, with Mr. Matt, I never know.
I can't remember a lot of the Mass Effect lore. I wouldn't be surprised if that is breedable robot. Well, you have this notion of synthetic. It's not quite the same as a robot, but synthetics are breedable, I guess. So, no, I don't think it went downhill.
Fantastic. Well, there's your answer, Mr. Matt. Finally, we have a question from Adrian's Revenge, who asks, how much mass does the effect have?
Mass is measured in kilograms, right? Tons. let's say 3 tons, 1 for each game. No, 4. There's 4 games at Andromeda. 4 tons.
Excellent. See, the one thing I knew you would have was like a scientific, like, calculated response to that, and God bless you for it.
Yeah, remember when I described Hextree as intelligent?
Oh, by the way, I should say, Love and Floofin has joined us on comms as well, because his day's work has been cancelled. So it's
Awesome.
been a laugh riot, and we're really enjoying the run so far. So keep it up, and we'll check in about an hour again. So take care, and best of luck.
All right.
We saw your ship. Please, up the stairs past the freighter.
There we go. So
I always like when you sort of smash the zany improvisation of Mr. Matt Internet into sort of the methodical logic of someone like Hextree.
Exactly.
It's a bit like the meme of a cat with a piece of toast that's buttered on its back, spinning infinitely. It's a bit like, what is going to happen when you bring these two personalities together? Who knows?
What happens when, an incredibly fast object meets an immovable force? But nice to know that it was technically accurate, and that the series didn't go downhill after that. So great news.
I'm glad. You wouldn't want that to be the thing that you go downhill on, right?
Exactly. You want to be going downhill on a skateboard. Anyway, I'm going to abandon that thought.
I was sort of just wondering, where's he going? Where's he going? Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go?
I was going incredibly downhill at a very fast speed.
On a skateboard?
Yeah. Mr. Matt Internet says, yeah, it was wild when the ship's AI becomes a breedable robot. Well, it sounds fantastic.
I still don't know if he's doing a bit.
I see. This is the worst part. Is I think, based on what Hex just said, I think Mr. Matt is he's dressing it up like a bit. It's dressed in the frilly, lacy frivolity of a bit, but I think it's accurate as well. That's the best thing.
This is blueprints all over again.
Yeah. While we're here and talking of Mr. Matt Internet, let's do a little plug for Low Res. If you're on YouTube right now, open another tab and search Low Res Show. Or you can just go to youtube.com/Low Res Show. It's an absolutely wonderful project that Mr. Matt spearheads. It is a comedy gaming panel show. If you've ever seen things like Would I Lie to You, Never Mind the Buzzcocks, 8 out of 10 Cats, etc., it's our version of that. We are very British and very strange, but it's based around video games, and we've had a number of guests on, and it's a joy to work on. Floof, you've been on several episodes recently, and it's been absolutely wonderful. So please do go and check that out. We also know that a Halloween episode is coming shortly. If you're watching this VOD in a timely fashion in October, there should hopefully be by the end of the month a Halloween special, which is going to be very exciting. If Mr. Matt needs to let himself out of the editing dungeon sometimes, I do worry that he's created a huge rod for his back. But yes.
Some might argue I've been on low res too much. I have developed a little bit of an addiction. It's a lot of fun. The people in it are great. And it's just, there aren't many better ways to spend your evening than in a low res taping. And it's open to anyone. So if you do fancy it, if you watch an episode and you fancy it, you could try to be on it.
Absolutely. You might even win. It's been known to happen. And I would just, for the record, like to say that the people who purport that theory about you being on too much are liars and charlatans.
So, I've just seen Hex's timer. I've noticed, I've figured out what's going on here in all my speedrun novicity. Hex's timer was red for a short while, which reflected that sort of time loss that he was talking about. But it's actually now, it's gone green again, which means somewhere in his splits, he's actually made up time again. So he's going to be very happy with his run. His time has been green pretty much the entire time, which means he's running at a good pace. For those that aren't in the speed know,
Yeah,
like I think I am.
Oh, doesn't that ship look like a wasp? Wasp with no wings. That's weird.
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna. I'm that person that the moment a wasp enters a social gathering, I'm prepared to abandon the entire social gathering to walk away from the wasp.
That's absolutely fair. Yeah. Oh, I remember this. I remember this planet. Yeah, I remember how this looks. This is maybe the planet I stopped playing on.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. I remember this. I remember this bridge structure thing that we're driving over now with Hex. I already sung "It's All Coming Back to Me" once today. I'm not going to sing it again, but yeah, it's getting lots of like
Hex's guide, and my eyes were immediately drawn into. You get your one chance in the whole game to sleep with your romantic partner. Of this whole guide, that was what my eyes fixated on. Fantastic, helpful.
I'd also like to bring chat's attention to this sentence written by Hex. The following are all squad mates you can recruit in the game. Some are optional, some can die, some you can bang, some may make it to the sequels alive.
It's a bit like Fish. When Fish makes a joke, it can be disarming because Hex has got this incredible, and I say it as a compliment, like deadpan delivery of things.
Mm-hmm.
That when he writes something funny in, you have a moment where you're like, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, and that just ends up making it land sort of twice as good. Anyway, Hex sort of making his way through more combat segments. I've been watching his shots. He's firing really accurately, which does not match my experience of playing this game, I can assure you. Probably one of the reasons why I prefer Dragon Age was I couldn't miss my damage.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were Geth.
As you certainly can in Mass Effect.
So I'm looking here at Hex's strategy that he's written out for us quite helpfully. And it says here that he's planning to collect a lot of Paragon points throughout the run, which you get by being quote-unquote nice, which unlocks an option to bypass the second-to-last Saren fight altogether by convincing him to turn the gun on himself, which would otherwise be the toughest fight in the game. So that's another instance of, no glitch involved, just the fastest, most efficient way to bypass a whole section of gameplay is to talk your way out of it, which kind of fitting for a kind of action RPG like this, I feel.
I think New Vegas got some notoriety for doing that as well. I think you could just convince Caesar not to fight you.
I will just warn everybody of the massive boner that Mr. Matt Internet is about to have because you mentioned the words New Vegas.
It's a good game.
So I gather I need to play it. I played like a half hour of it back in the day because I loved Fallout 3. And I played all the DLC for it.
Oh, you see, this is the thing, and Mr. Matt will immediately correct me if I'm wrong. I think the thing that people like most about New Vegas is it wasn't made by the typical Fallout team.
Yes.
And thus it was different.
We don't have the ordnance to blow this claw. Let's keep looking.
Oh, Wugger's got one too. Chubbs all round.
Sorry, I did not do this on purpose. I was not in the know.
I do need to get round to New Vegas at some point. But I'll be playing it for the trophies, so of course I'll be playing it on the optimal platform, the PlayStation 3. Oh, thank you, Z. Z making a little reference there to the start of last season of the Wheel, where everyone was collecting pencils in Fallout 3. That was good fun. I enjoyed that.
Can't believe that was the first game.
I can, because I needed more time to prepare. So the Wheel said, "Yep, now." I am looking forward to the next season of the Wheel simply because I will be competing again. So I'm happy about that. I missed it.
I wish you the best of luck in your wheelanigans, wheel stuff.
Wheelanigans, yeah.
Thinking would have a pun and arrived at none.
Yes, because you'll be sitting it out.
Yes. I am doing a few things, including going off to Texas. I also just didn't like how competitive I was getting in the previous season.
That's fair.
So I want to enjoy it as a spectator for a little bit.
It is fun to see it from that side, yeah. It really is, and it does take a lot of the pressure off as well. Pressure to perform, the pressure to do well, all that stuff. Adrian's Revenge, me too, mate. I'm sure I'll play New Vegas and enjoy it, but 3 captured a very, just a nice time in my life, and I was very excited. Every single new DLC that launched, I bought it day one, played it, I was at uni, I had free time. It was great.
We've all got that game that we can look at. We can say objectively it might not be the best game in the world, but it's a game that matters to us. It is a game that is important to us, and nobody can or should ever tell you that you can't like that game because it's bad, or that game shouldn't be important to you because it's bad. It can be both. It can be bad and still a game you love. Not that I'm saying Fallout 3 is bad.
No, Mr. Matt's here to do that.
I just often make that argument because one of my favourite games is Populous the Beginning, which is objectively a bad game, but it's still a game I adore.
I enjoyed watching you play the PlayStation version for your birthday stream this year.
That was a nightmare. I would never do that again. I enjoyed you controlling my music bar.
Oh, that was fun. Oh, see, Ads knows exactly how to poke Mr. Matt's internet. She's got him started on the tutorial in Fallout 3.
I thought they just loaded after the tutorial now. Do they not do that anymore?
Oh, they might do that for runs, but Mr. Matt just likes to complain about things from 20 years ago. Well, it's not 20 years ago, but almost 20 years ago.
There might not be much in it. That sounded like when Fallout 3 came out.
Fallout 3 was 08, for sure.
Yes,
I want to say September, October. Because I just started uni. Because it was one of the few things, it was very easy to bond with people over it, because it had just come out, or just coming out, so... yeah, people I still talk to today, I talked to for the first time because we were talking about Fallout 3.
Fantastic.
And then the DLCs were, lesser or greater quality. I really loved Point Lookout. Point Lookout was amazing. It's set in the swamps of Maryland, and you get a bit of your brain taken out. It's great. It's great.
Which DLC was responsible for me being abducted by aliens when I was doing that pencils run?
Mothership Zeta. Yeah.
I'm very unfortunate. I wasn't happy about that. That's my least favourite DLC.
Yeah, it's a very combat focused DLC, and it's lots of rewards in there, lots of cool weapons and stuff. But the point is, no
pencils.
No pencils at all. And if you're playing it end game, none of that good kit means anything because you've already got awesome kits. So, and you definitely don't want to be playing it first because it's very. Well, it's quite removed from the main game, being in space. But
and when you're running across the wasteland to collect pencils, you don't want to be suddenly in space.
no, that would be most unfortunate. But yeah, you can see Hex here is applying some more points to his characters. Like, some of those bars are completely full, which is nice.
It's a testament, whilst I don't know the run well enough to say exactly what he's doing and why, it's a testament to the amount of thinking he's put into it, because you can see he's going through these menus. I say that and he's slowed right down. He was going through these menus very fast, which means he knows exactly what he wants, when he wants it, and why he wants it. And that's sort of we've talked about why glitchless a few times, and that's sort of one of the beauties you get in glitchless runs is about mathing out the run to be efficient, like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun in that as well. I mean, I don't think with this run it makes a huge amount of difference, but having that variation based on what kit you can get, and as Umaro was saying, he didn't get that weapon he was hoping for at the start. It forces you to make decisions, and that decision making can be fascinating. I think that's where games can come alive, especially my instance of that is the Zelda randomizer, the Ocarina of Time randomizer, because that thought process can be so different. Like, obviously there is a meta that everyone's aware of, like this is the best decision to make in this particular instance, but sometimes when every corner could hold something amazing, it does start to add up, if you just start making good calls.
Yeah, I mean, by its very nature, there will always be, no matter whether you like it or not, and no matter what game you're playing, even Salamander County has a metagame, like the most optimal way to throw the dog's tongue into the packing peanuts to get the tennis ball.
Yeah.
Everything has a metagame, but whether you have to adhere to it or not, it can be different.
So a few minutes ago, Z saying Umaro got sniped. Hopefully Umaro's past that point now, I believe.
Yeah, Umaro's had a bit of a rough run. We've seen quite a few deaths now, and I do think, and I do genuinely feel that it actually does, in fact, all come back to just that very unfortunate start. When you don't get a pivotal piece of equipment, you almost want to start the game again. And
yeah.
I do wonder, with the time loss involved, is Umaro thinking perhaps I should have just started again? But then there's always the risk that if you do that, the same thing happens.
Yeah.
And then you've just wasted even more time. So it's a little bit sad, because you might be thinking in your mind as a runner, like, has everything just come back to that one point?
Yeah, totally. And even during a race, you can sort of get inside your own head thinking about stuff like that, and it can actively hurt your performance as well. So it's like a kind of like a feedback loop, or a kind of negativity spiral. So the important thing to remember when you're racing is, at least in my opinion, is to, remember that you're here to have fun, that, things might not be going the way you want, but you're still in it. And even if you're not in it and they're just lying to you, just believe it and keep going for about an hour and a half afterwards.
Can't imagine what you were referring to.
No, me neither. The details are very fuzzy. I've already forgotten most of last night. But I think the one thing we can agree here is that like, even despite those hard punches that Umaro received at the start of the game, even up to now recently with that sniping, it overall you can still tell that these are two people who know the game very well, who are performing at a very high level, and you love to see it. StruggleR is always blessed with races like this.
Turning the negative into the positive, you can say sort of, did that one thing that happened at the very start of the game with not getting the item he wanted negatively affect his run. And even if you arrive at yes for that, even if you say yes, that negatively affected his entire run, he's still this close behind Hextree.
Exactly.
Which is a testament to how good a player Umaro is that if his entire run has been handicapped by not getting that gun, he's still doing this well.
Absolutely. Ooh, that is a big pulsy fleshy thing.
Sorry, I put it away. I thought it, I laughed, decided I wasn't going to say it, and then said it anyway.
We'll see if Mr. Matt is still asleep at the quote wheel, or if he clocked that one.
You might have got away with that.
Invader, your blood will feed the ground and the new growth.
Oh. I was going to say, is this not necessarily a boss, just some people that we're talking and they're dead?
You know, people pointing guns at you and firing at you, it's one of the few sort of socially acceptable scenarios to be shouting.
Yeah.
Often, if you 7 o'clock in the morning outside a Tesco is considered a bad place to be shouting.
Yeah.
Equally, on your way home from the pub at 3 o'clock in the morning, bad time to be shouting. In a firefight, usually okay. You're usually allowed to shout in that situation.
Yeah, I've heard actually shouting fire is also quite welcomed in those situations.
Only if there is actually a fire.
Yes,
if there is a fire,
of
you're allowed to shout fire. If there is not a fire, it's socially unacceptable to shout fire.
God, the woke left. Can't even shout fire anymore.
You can't inflict mass terror anymore without getting criticised.
Aye.
We're going off the rails again. It's my fault. I'm sorry.
No. I'm so thankful that you're here because I would have run out of things to say long ago.
We've just done a. I guess it barely counts as a bit. We've just done a bit on the social acceptability of shouting fire. I think we have run out of material here.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday in the setup for yesterday's race. We basically have a podcast now, and this is episode 1.
I thought our podcast was about music. Is it now about the socially acceptable times when you can shout fire?
We're just chasing trends, okay? We're riding the algorithm. We're surfing the wave. This is what the people want to hear.
Yeah, I do remember last week I was browsing TikTok and it was all just people yelling fire.
Yeah, big hashtag fire.
Hashtag fire. Hashtag not really. Hashtag blaze it for realsies.
And it's at this point in proceedings that I would, if Hextree and Umaro are listening to this, we're so sorry. We apologise. Ooh, that's a glowing red person. I'm now just pointing at things and going, ooh.
Ooh, pretty colours. Ooh, flashing lights.
But it does go to show that even though this, I mean, it is an action RPG, and I think a lot of people know Mass Effect for the shooting, but I will say, when I think of Mass Effect, the first things that come to mind are like, punching that journalist in the second game, and like the dialogue, and banging as well. Lots of people remember that you can bang people. So, like, I guess when you remove all of those elements because they are superfluous and you can skip through them as quickly as possible, it just does become a shooting game almost.
Yeah, I think I do think it does a slight injustice to one of the things I think Mass Effect fans, I can't speak for them, so of course I could upset a lot of people here. Mass Effect fans loved, which is the depth of the characterization that they put in. So yeah, the combat can be dialed down to just a shooting game, but I do actually think the combat was never the game's strongest point, and it was a lot in the characterization, which is why, although you said it for the memes of like fucking, that's the extreme of it, but the level of connection that you could build with your characters and the importance of the role that they would play and how your decisions did actually feel like it affected them, as opposed to sort of the Telltale style of it affects them, where it's like, okay, you get 2 more scenes with them and then they die anyway.
Yeah. I think the game's benefited from being all on the same console generation as well. So that whole idea of like carrying your save forward was very easy and straightforward to do. But I do feel that was a double-edged sword as well, because spoilers, a lot of people were not very happy with the ending of the trilogy, because if some people would use, I'm not sure it was technically true to say it reduced down to just 3 colors of laser, but I mean that was the hyperbole that caught on. So
there wasn't much difference between them.
Really?
In the original, they did patch it, but even the patch isn't like loved. But yeah, the original endings. But again, sort of linking that to my original point, the reason why people were so mad about that is because they went on this journey.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to make
with these characters.
Yeah, you carry your shepherd all the way through, and then just to kind of have that as your climax can probably feel quite anticlimactic.
Yeah, and it reached a point where it felt like nothing you ever did or said or chose to do throughout the entirety of the 3 games ever actually mattered.
Yeah.
Which is, I was just saying how it's not like the way Telltale did it, but that is almost worse, because it's like you led through a 3-game journey, of which these were not short journeys,
Yeah.
A lot of hours per game, and you really believed in it. You really believed in the story and your choices, because they were your choices. This is your shepherd, and then none of it mattered, and effectively you ended up at the same point as everyone else, no matter what you did.
Yeah.
And I think that's what caused the sort of the sense of outrage for the Mass Effect fans.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the at the very least the first season of the Telltale Walking Dead game, but like the way I kind of squared that away in my head is that like it's very easy to see that your choices don't matter a huge amount in retrospect when you look back, because there are things that the game will even come up and say blah blah blah, we'll remember that, and then it like never became a thing. But in the moment, it's all smoke and mirrors, and you feel like everything has weight. And so, like, yeah, I guess they benefit, those games, from the fact that they were shorter experiences.
Sorry to interrupt you in an important, poignant point.
That's okay.
Is Hex about to get some?
United in a single glorious existence. Open yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Yes. Open yourself, Commander. Prepare yourself.
I often compare getting some to a psychedelic vision.
They're very similar. Yep, open your
I've just made this whole thing awkward by causing attention to this cutscene, which is fantastic.
Your ass.
Oh no. It really was just a psychedelic vision. Maybe.
Well, we saw someone's black hole anyway.
Wait! Well, that the Big Bang.
It still didn't make any sense.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
No, this is...
We were making some incredibly poignant points about the series and the storytelling, and we got ripped off by the sort of fake intimate scene.
Yeah, if any, chat made it seedy and weird, not us.
Let me see.
Of course.
Might have definitely been me. But either way, Hex doing some.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what planet he was just on, but Hex has in his notes here at the end of Feros. If I've managed to rescue a specific colonist, then I hope to buy a thunder rifle from him, which is extremely powerful for the rest of the game. I'm wondering if that might have been what just happened. Because he was buying stuff from someone, so potentially.
Okay. I did notice in his menuing he's set the auto level up for parties now, so I wonder if he's done with like his specific skill build for the people he's taking with him.
Yeah.
And is only going to be managing his own skills from here on out. But either way, backtracking a tiny bit, that's what you were sort of making about the Telltale games. They were good. I enjoyed them at the time they came out, but I got a little bit annoyed with the sameness of the formula by the time I got like 3 games in.
Yeah.
You know, the first episode of the first game, as well as I love The Wolf Among Us, which was another game that they did.
And a sequel that's been in development. Like, it's been said to be in development several times. I have noticed that Hex has... He just got, like, another vision, but I think it was... Even though it looked like the same vision, it's a different place in the story. I thought for a second he'd reloaded or something. But no, I don't think so. You found the Borderlands one. See, I did find with those Telltale games, like, they could be enjoyed if you didn't know the source material, but knowing the source material helped a lot. For instance, The Wolf Among Us, I'd never heard of Fables, I'd never read a single Fable comic book, still haven't. But I enjoyed The Wolf Among Us because it did a very good job of introducing me to that world without me needing to know anything. I'm not sure if that's the same case for things like Borderlands, because I feel like they'd probably just focus on the fact that people who would be playing that are probably going to be fans of it. Like, for instance, Game of Thrones, I started the Game of Thrones one. I think I played, like, the first episode, and I didn't hate it, but, like, that was another case where I think if you were watching the show, especially at the time it was coming out, it probably felt more vital than it did afterwards, which is when I kind of got to it.
I actually felt the opposite. I didn't like the Game of Thrones one because I knew the source material.
Oh, interesting.
Just because of the characters from the source that they introduced, I just sort of already knew. I was a bit like, okay, Ramsay's here, which means nothing I do matters because that's how the character
they've got
is.
plot armor. Yeah.
Well, it's not even that he has plot armor. It's that particular character within the book is known for being a law to himself, and that no matter what he says to you, he won't uphold it. He's deceptive. He's scum. He's horrible. You know. So I was just like, I know if I keep him happy, he's going to kill me. I know if I don't keep him happy, he's going to kill me. I know if I do everything he asks me to, better than he asks me to do it, he's going to kill me.
Yeah. Thank you for that shout out, by the way, Z, on that game, Pentiment. I've added that to my wish list. Z says, if you want to play a game where your decisions matter, play Pentiment. And Wugga adding Disco Elysium, which is another game that I own, but I haven't got around to yet.
Oh, I don't often really insist people should play games on stream. That is 100% a stream game for you. I would suggest.
No, that's good to know.
You will love it. It's fantastic. It's probably one of my favourite games I've ever played. And it is definitely best enjoyed with an audience.
Oh, good. Excellent.
Alright, see, I play Project Moon games. I'm used to book levels of reading. think now that it'll probably sort of counteract me at this point and say, oh no, actually I've fixed the issue. It does feel like Umaro takes slightly longer to get through these combat segments.
Yeah.
Than it does.
I'm reading that the grid is down, Commander. On approach to the Solarian base now. Out.
Ready to move out, Commander.
The level that Hextree is on looks very Halo-y.
So it does. So it does. Where's the epic orchestral score?
Dun, 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 yeah.
Thank you, Gallips. If anyone is interested, the Gallips Philharmonic Orchestra will be playing at the Royal Albert Hall tomorrow. Tickets are £2,500
No
per
refunds.
minute. No refund. I'll see you there.
Mm.
Like I have to say this, but please don't attend the Royal Albert Hall tomorrow. They're doing a sumo thing at the moment. You might go there and you'll find yourself in a very different event.
That's the last one. We should be able to reach the Solarian camp.
Oh, Z.
Yeah.
Commander, Normandy's touched down at the base, but it looks like we're grounded. The Solarian captain is protected.
Sort of agree with what Mr. Matt's saying, and like the difficulty of playing a text-heavy game is like, do I read all of this? Should I do it in voices? I know you've actually encountered that with a few of the games you've played, where you've like started out with voices and characters, then you've given a character a voice that hurts your throat, and you're like, I regret everything.
Yep.
Danganronpa for one. Yeah, I have an existential crisis whenever I'm streaming a text-heavy game because I'm like, is this a socially acceptable? And I'm not doing a bit. This is genuinely what I think. Is this a socially acceptable amount of time to leave this text box up before I scroll it? Yeah. Did I read it too fast? Has everyone else read it? Are people even trying to read it?
Yeah, it's yeah, I totally agree with you. And the way I feel about it is like quite a lot of people have me on in the background, and so like I'm aware of the fact that like if there's a large lull or a big silence that people might forget that I'm even there. So I do try to I don't think about my stream like in a purely audio way, but I do try to make sure that there aren't too many gaps, because so when it comes to text games like that, I usually end up reading it out, because I also think what if someone's watching who can't, maybe visually impaired or might be busy doing something and not looking at the screen right now, but they want to hear me there in the background. So yeah, I do tend to read stuff out, but as you've said, like my dedication to things like different character accents and stuff, it goes out the window very quickly.
Z says, as the slowest reader in the world, no, I did not have enough time to read it. See, I'm just being thoughtful, Z. I'm thinking of you. When I'm on one text box for an hour, I'm thinking of you.
They're calling SAT strikes. JNO, watch for comm stations. Alenko, can you see anything?
I can't wait to forget why I said that.
But yeah, we are nearing the
combat to end there.
We are nearing the 2-hour mark in our race, so If there are any questions for our racers, feel free to let us know. Think up a couple now. You got about 10 minutes, so... Now see, that's a quote. That's a quote that will get the blood pumping.
Is it a Garlorian quote?
It's a Garlorian quote. I've not really had the chance to tussle with my brother from another mother, Kylorian, or yet this season, but they're coming up and there are a lot of them, so I am looking forward to getting stuck in with him. We'll thrash it out together under the watchful eye of chat.
Kylo did come in yesterday to cheer you on.
Ah. He woke up this morning to get confused about what day the Zelda races are on. I corrected him and then he went back to sleep.
Excellent. At least it's confused and asked. There's nothing worse than I was confused.
Oh yeah, totally.
So why didn't you say anything? Because I was confused.
Yeah, I'm giggling there. But if there's anything ever, this is a broad blanket statement to everybody ever who can hear this. If you ever want to, like, if you feel like, oh, I don't want to ask that, it's dumb, just ask me. Like, I'm quite happy to reassert things 20 times if you need them. It's not a problem.
Can confirm I've asked Garlic so many dumb stream setup questions, and he has never once called them dumb.
That's because they're not
easy to work with.
Like, I've got a sinking feeling, Floof, that those liars and charlatans behind the awful theories about you're the architect of those. You need to leave my friend Floof alone.
I've been discovered. I've been discovered.
Oh, chat now have the ability to vote on our ship name, which is nice. Oh, it's over already, but I was going to vote for Garflufen.
Was that like a 2-second poll?
Yeah, that was over really quickly.
Garflufen, Gala, Love and Lips.
I mean, Love and Lips is strong, but I'd like Garflufen. Garflufen sounds like what Garfield would be called in Germany or something. Ja, das ist ein Garflufen.
I can't even laugh too much about that, because the whole reason that there's like N in my name was because I did just want to make it sound slightly German. It was literally just did the British stereotype thing.
It so works,
if I put
though.
The N on the end, it will make it sound German. Because the whole gimmick was, I loved foxes. Foxes are floofy. Mm-hmm. I love floof. Stick some N's in there, make it sound German. Love and floofen.
And mission accomplished. So.
Yeah. There's the name origin.
And I will hasten to add, chat, that poll is open again. Mr. Matt duplicated an answer by accident, so that's why he closed the poll early. It's now back up. Yeah, Love and Lips is gone.
Love and Lips is gone. It's now Love and Flips. Which I voted for thinking it was Love and Lips. And then spotted the F after I had already committed myself.
Have I got a feeling that maybe this poll is also going to be cancelled? Third time's the charm, Mr. Matt. I'm imagining this is what they were talking about last night, because they did say that the Kythius Mr. Matt's ship was given form last night. Hopefully the name is something like Mr. Matt Fishernet or something.
No, it's Kythinet.
Oh, Kythinet.
Fish remarked that it was. It sounded like something he'd asked Handsome Strife to build him to conquer the world.
Yeah, I was going to say it sounds very tech corporation-y.
I am the vanguard of your destruction. This exchange is over.
X has had another psychedelic cutscene. I may refer him to Repab if he doesn't stop it. I mean, I can't say Umaro's hot on his heels, but he is close. Like I'm recognizing this from sort of 5 to 10 minutes ago in Hex's stream as to where Umaro is. So
yeah, this is the room where I said people were shouting and shooting.
Exactly. So it's going to be hard, but it's still not over for Umaro, I think. They are on... I don't want to call it insanity. So this is a difficult game.
Yep, totally.
It could very easily go wrong for Hextree a number of times in a row. And that's all it takes to catch up. Especially because there's this concept when you're in a race versus... Well, it does apply to speed running as well, but I notice it more in a race of like momentum.
Yeah.
When you get through something really hard, you've got like a momentum where you're like, oh my god, I'm pumped, I'm going, and you just keep it and you carry it through the next trick and you carry it through the next trick and then you carry it through the next trick. Then you die at something silly and it's like you've hit a wall.
Yeah, it genuinely...
You forget how to jump. Like
it genuinely is a thing.
Walls you.
It's like I'm not going to say it's psychologically scarring or anything to that degree, but it certainly is morale boosting when you're riding a wave. Like even when we're doing like speed runs and stuff, and we've got those splits open, and you can just see that you're riding a wave of green, or better yet, rainbow/gold. You just that morale boost can be used effectively as additional energy and focus in a way. I know it sounds very airy-fairy, but that's kind of how I feel about it. It's like you can ride that wave. So, yeah, when your wave comes crashing to a halt, it can be very hard to get that momentum going again.
Absolutely. And what's more is it's not just about getting it. Again, people often misuse the term or throw it out in anger, but tilt is a very real thing. When you make a mistake and you begin to get in your own head about it, you're then more likely to make the mistake again, and then more likely to make the mistake again, and suddenly you've, I believe they like to say, tilted off the face of the earth, and you've just completely lost the ability to play this segment that you know really well, and you got it first time in practice, and now you're just like, I don't know what I'm doing, I don't know what's going on, I'm struggling here.
Yeah, and it's being able to roll with that and do something about it. Like, case in point, that EAT-led Return of Mount Hazard race. I tested that thing twice in practice. It worked fine. I thought it was golden. When I got there and it wasn't working, I spent 2 minutes trying. I went to the menu and then back again to see if that would fix it. Did not fix it. I knew at that point I had to restart the level, and any time I spent like continuing to try was in vain. So I just made the call, swallowed the pill, and thought, fuck it, let's just try and build from here. Because in that situation, that's all that you can do.
I did get a look at Hex's equipment there, and he is on the Thunder 6, I think it was, rounds. So that has gone according to his build plan.
Mm-hmm. This thing looks like a ladybird. And that's
commentary from us on StruggleR.
That's not some Britishism, by the way, for like a lady. It's a type of bug, or it's a name for a type of bug. Same, Kramit, same. Before I got the sub 30 doggy up world record that was taken from me by Tater, but don't worry, we'll take it back. I choked quite a few good runs, some sub 25s if you can believe it. So I'm still confident that I can take the record back, and if I can get a sub 25, I feel like that might put Tater off trying anymore. But yeah, I'm a classic, last minute choker. Welcome in, Tater84. I summoned the son of a bitch. Welcome on in.
Reinforcements.
You
Yep.
set that bit up perfectly. You were like, Tater, I'm about to mention you. Can you just come into the chat?
Yes, this is it's all scripted, of course.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all. Coincidentally, the ladybird, as we call them, ladybug in American, apparently. So close enough that they might actually have understood us for once.
Nice. Okay, well, it is time to check in with our players. Last time we did Umaro Hextree, so this time we'll do Hextree Umaro. No questions from chat because you can't get your shit together, chat. So we'll just kind of do a general check-in. Hello, Hextree. Sorry to bug you at such a very finicky time, but we're just checking in with our 2-hour mark.
Sorry, I can't quite hear you. There'll be a quiet bit in a second.
No worries.
All right, here we go.
Cool. We're just checking in. It's just over the 2-hour mark. How are you feeling about the race so far?
Oh god, that's not quiet. Sorry.
It's okay.
There's a cutscene coming up after I kill this guy. That should be the perfect moment.
Okie dokie.
This has been... Of course, it was all for nothing. Trillions dead. Once I understood this, I joined...
You're like...
Sovereign... No, Sovereign... Sovereign is a machine.
Alright, I should be able to hear you. I'll turn this down a bit.
Okie dokie. No worries. We were just wondering how you felt it was going.
Nope, I thought I could hear you, but I couldn't.
It's okay. Do this first, and then we can talk. That's fine.
All right, try now.
Honestly, it's absolutely fine to focus on the battle, and then we can talk after. No, not the pink Power Ranger.
Alright, I should be able to hear you now. Going back to the ship.
Fantastic, no worries. We just wanted to know how you felt it was going so far.
Yeah, I'm about something like 2-3 minutes behind my PB, which is as good as I was hoping for. So I think I'm in the lead.
Fantastic. Well, we can neither confirm nor deny that, but we will say that it has been a masterclass, and we have very much been enjoying watching yet again another Hextree skill level on full display. So commendations on that. We only really have one question from chat, and that is from Wugger, who says Pom oder Brot, which I think is German for fries or bread.
I heard something or bread. What was that?
I think it translates to fries or bread, as in like French fries.
Fries or bread? I don't really eat either, but I try to stay healthy, so bread, I guess.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Thank you for answering that very important and burning Mass Effect question. We will let you carry on. This will probably be the last check-in before the end then, if you are, that close to PB pace.
Yep.
So good luck with the ending, and thank you for the race so far. It's been tremendous to watch.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, unless I've misunderstood his notes, Hex is literally at the end of the game. He's just... The fight he couldn't hear us in was the first Sauron fight where he was flying around on his hoverboard and spamming rockets.
Ah.
So according to his guide, he does not have much left to do. So it really is the last checkup for him because he's probably about to win this race.
Okie dokie. Right. Well, let me get the.
Are you insane?
I'll get the text file open so that we can take his time down if he is to finish while Umaro is being interviewed. So let me do that first.
Commander, what did he want?
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior.
Okie dokie, I'm all ready to do that if we need to. Right, let's check in with Umaro.
Is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Hello, Umaro.
Hello.
We are just checking in at the just over 2 hour mark. How do you think things are going so far?
New discovery.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the gunshots.
Not a problem. We've had that problem with Hex as well. We'll let you finish shooting first.
Okay.
You should be careful.
I'm glad you.
It's your call, Captain.
In other news, Exogeny Corp is still denying reports that one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why
There we go.
Excellent, no worries. So yeah, we were just wondering how you think the race has been going so far for you.
Well, it's definitely going better than Noveria.
Stand by, shore party.
That's fair.
That final boss was a mess, really.
Well, from where we're standing, we are watching 2 fantastic racers at a very high skill level. So, and you're rolling with the punches that the game has been dealing you very well. We have to say, from where we're standing.
Yeah. Also, the reason why I went to Noveria first is because since the aliens there also do acid damage, the game tends to drop a ton of poison resistant armor, and this time I didn't get a single one, so these zombies are more annoying than usual.
Yeah, that race luck, it's fickle. And
yeah, I'm not getting the best RNG this time.
Well, I think your run today stands as a testament that you're dealing with these very harsh RNG setbacks. So well done. We only have one question from chat, and that is from Wugger, who says, "Pom or Dobrot?"
Sorry?
Wugger asks, "Pom or Dobrot," which hopefully I'm saying correctly, translates to French fries or bread.
Bun.
Bun? Nice. Good choice. Well, that was our only burning Mass Effect-based question that we needed to ask you. So we'll let you get back to it. This will probably be the last check-in before the end. So we just want to say good luck and finish strong.
Thanks.
We know you will. Okie doke. Yeah, I personally am glad that we got that cleared up. Thank you, Wugger.
Now that we're muted, I wanted to correct myself. I was aware almost immediately after I said it that I was incorrect, but I didn't want to talk while we were talking to Umaro. Hex has got a little bit more. I read the wrong Saren fight that he's just done.
That's okay. So yeah, Saren pops up quite a few times in this game, so I could have very easily made the same mistake.
He's gone into what I think is the point of no return with Saren.
Interesting. Okay.
Which is, I think, Elos.
So yeah, I was just reading up here on the category, and it says, let me just double check it. Yeah, it says time ends after the final boss is killed. The ending cutscene and post-game dialogue are not timed. So I think actually, the LRT might stop when Hex has completed the game, but at the very least, we'll be watching for a final boss being killed.
Yes, and hopefully paying better attention than I have done so far.
We are killing it. What are you talking about? Our commentary has been both on point, pithy, like very, very intellectual.
Focused.
Yeah.
Focused. What about you, Gallets? Fries or bread?
It's I think, as much as I love fries, and I really do like fries, nothing beats a chunk of carve-off bread and salty butter. Like, just nothing.
Yeah, I think it's a loaded question, because it's actually, fries are just one preparation of potato, and I could give up fries knowing that I still had access to Hasselbacks and mashed potato and hash browns. But bread, if I have to give up all bread, I have to give up toast, I have to give up sandwiches, I have to give up rolls to dunk in soup, I have to give up croutons, I have to give up French toast, I have to give up croque monsieur, you know. I've given up a lot just to pick French fries.
Well, I think I know your answer. You've elaborated quite nicely on it.
It's got to be bread. It just has to be.
I will say though, Wugger, I now feel like making a French fry sandwich and just like sticking a middle finger up while I eat both. How dare you make us? How dare you make us go on the record about this?
It's French fries and bread. Stick it.
Yeah, very nice chip butty would not go amiss right now. Oh, I'm hungry.
We will have to figure out how to disengage the security lockdown if we ever want to get inside that bunker.
That was excessive, but tell us how it goes. I don't think Wugger knows that is actually like a staple.
Yeah,
lunch.
I mean we wouldn't really use French fries in this country over like just chips, but yeah, a chip butty is like a real thing that real people make and order and stuff. I will also say as well, I had a partner back in like 2005-ish, and she lived in Northern Ireland, so I would visit Northern Ireland like maybe a couple times a year, and I was introduced there to so many kinds of bread. Like that was the first place I tried like a malt loaf, which I really like. Very nice.
I love malt loaf.
And that's also where I discovered potato bread, which is fucking fantastic. You want it in a brunch, trust me. Like you want a hash brown, you also want a piece of potato bread. Potato bread is fantastic.
Heard it here first. Potato bread. Go out and get it.
Yeah, you can get it at Tesco's even in the UK, and yeah, you can cook it in the oven, I guess, but you can also just fry it, which is incredibly unhealthy for you, and almost certainly the way that you should do it.
You said unhealthy. I just heard good.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is indicative of that kind of like 10 to 12 minute gap between the two of the races here, because Umaro is now on Halo 3 planet, and Hex is in what we believe to be the final area.
Area before the final. So I think the notes I'm not reading them, so it's not that the notes are bad, it's that I'm being lazy about it, to which I apologise to Hex, because these are fantastic notes when I do read them. I think Hex is in Elos, which will then lead to the Citadel, or I don't think he's gone to the Citadel yet. Although this looks very Citadel-y, so I might have missed another transition.
Yeah, because it says here in his notes that it's the
yeah,
jungle.
Internet is there to save us. It's not the Citadel yet.
Yeah, so it's right now Umaro is on the jungle planet of Vermeer, which is the area before Elos. So by definition, I think Hextree must be in Elos.
Yeah, I'm sort of trying to figure it out through context clues more than I am remembering what's going on. I know I joined the stream and said I had played Mass Effect. I have only played it once, and it was when the game originally came out, and I have not played it again since. So I'm not an expert.
That is half a game more than me. It makes you the expert, so.
I did want to play the remasters that came out. And it went on the list of games that I should play, and it still is on that list with 1,000 other games.
Yep, this is the problem. The list always grows faster than you can cull it.
Yeah, I swear I'll get to it, but I couldn't tell you when. Yeah, the going spreadsheet. Ain't that the truth?
Adrienne, did you just see? I'm sure you might have even been the one to post the link, but yeah, Croc Remastered initially launched with a trophy list. Now they've got a free upgrade on PlayStation that adds a whole new trophy list alongside a platinum trophy. So Adrienne gets to play Croc all over again. Incidentally, Croc is going to be one of the races between myself and Adrienne coming up on this season. I'm going to lose, but I will put up a fair fight, hopefully.
That's the spirit.
I had more of a chance beating ads at Klonoa 2, and look how that went. But what I will tell you is I've got a nice gap between my last race before it and the Croc race, so I will be making use of that gap. I will be practicing.
I do think practicing is a critical component to these races. Unlike the wheel, you are actually allowed to practice for these races and are encouraged to do so. Most people have been real good sports about it and have shared the tech that they find, but there's no rules that say you have to.
Yeah,
I think everyone has.
Yeah, there are no stipulations. The way I feel about it is, like, I'm always interested in a fair fight. So I think there are things that are like degrees of helpfulness in my head. There are things that like I would want to know going in that if my opponent doesn't know, I would like to tell them. But there are other things that like maybe save 20 seconds that like are not important in the grand scheme. Those are the kind of things that maybe I'll hold a little bit closer to my chest. It depends.
Just I operate on the sense that we're both putting time into a game. I will find something and save my opponent an hour of time figuring it out, and in theory, they will then save me an hour of time by
exactly
with something else.
Yeah, it's a 2 or in the instance of some races 5-way street, and everyone can share things. I do love that about it, and it results in the best race. It means that both races are giving it their all, doing everything they can, and that means when victory is achieved or losses are gained, it's on its own merits. It's not there wasn't some underhanded secret sneaky thing. No, so Kramet, I haven't put any time into SADX yet, but I will at some point soon. So I will share things that I find, and I'm sure you will go, yep, knew that, yep, knew that, yep, knew that, which is fine. I find for me, like, I can do long-term practice, in like practice way before a race, but I find for the most part, short-term practice is what helps me the best. I'm a crammer. It's ironic given half of your name, but I do like to... I'm a procrastinator at heart, and so I do get things done, but I usually get things done at the last minute under duress because that's the way my brain's wired, and fucking hate it.
Yeah, I ended up, so for the Alone in the Dark race, because we had 3 games to learn, I planned it, and then I planned it again, and then I planned it again, because each time I just wasn't sticking to the plan. I was like, right, I've got 4 weeks, let's do a game a week, and then a week of just solid practice of all 3.
Yeah.
Didn't follow that, got 2 weeks out and went, okay, so just half a week on each game. Didn't do that. Got about 7 days out, and I was like, right, okay, now I need to have Alone in the Dark finished by Monday. Then I need to have Alone in the Dark finished 2 finished by Wednesday. Then Alone in the Dark finished 3 finished by Friday. And that was the one I stuck to.
Nice. Yeah, plans change, you know. I do believe Hex is now... Have we crashed on the Citadel? I think we have. So we're now in the final area for Hex.
Yes, yeah. So Saren is going to... Not that he's there immediately. Saren is going to die once. That will not be time. It's a fake death. It's the traditional second phase boss. And then after his first death, he's going to become freaky kaiju, and then we'll put him down again. And then it will be time.
Yes, as Mr. Matt reminds us, that first death can be possible just by talking him out of it.
Yes, which is what Hex is routing for. Galax has already sort of mentioned it about 30 minutes ago, but if you've only just come in or you've been skipping through the VOD, Hex has included in his notes his strategy. He's deliberately detoured to pick up Paragon points to have Saren turn the gun on himself, because Hex has said that this fight is probably the most difficult in the game, so the time loss to get the Paragon points is outweighed by the time saved by not having to do this fight. Another death there for Umaro, unfortunate.
Saren's locked the elevator. Suit up. We're going outside.
And there is an added fun benefit of the fact that Hextree's character looks so much like Hex.
What is that?
It's fun to see actual Hex in the actual game running.
You don't think Hex runs? Is that what you're implying?
No, just that like the games are usually constrained by the avatars within them that don't look like the runners, but in this case, the runner looks a lot like Hextree because he has customized it in such a way to look like his face. So it's kind of fun to see Hex like running as himself in the game. That's what I mean.
Yeah, no, I did know what you mean. I just thought
We'd manufacture some false controversy. We've already covered fries versus bread. Like,
it's for the content. I think they say in the internet space. It's for the content.
Yeah, while chat is lapping it up, so thank you for that. Now I've got to answer to all these anti-running allegations.
Sorry, I didn't mean to out you like that. But you
look, it's not natural, right? We should walk everywhere. That's all I'm saying. Just asking questions.
You got to be in a hurry.
Yeah. Wugger has seen Hex's legs, which is nice. Very, very nice. You can confirm they exist.
Okay, congratulations. I think congratulations is the appropriate word to issue in that conversation, but I'm not entirely sure. Like, what would your response be, Galax? If I said to you, "I've seen Decky F's legs," like, what would you say to that?
I would be like, "Have you got pictures?"
Right, I walked into that one. Incidentally, so did Decky F because he does have legs.
Yeah, see, and now I'm in the fun position where I can also confirm I've seen Deck's legs.
True. They've been witnessed. They are real things.
Decky Chef. Oh. Like... If you're listening or watching this, Deck, we love you so much because...
Oh, we do.
You are constantly the target of gentle ribbing, and thank you for it so much. He is a legend. He is also a leg end. He's on the end of some legs. We've also worked this out as well.
Oh, I hate that made me laugh.
Look, we are. It's the end of the run. We're digging the bottom of the barrel right now.
Umaro is getting sniped again.
Yeah, it's painful.
Unfortunate. I think it's just a consequence of the difficulty that they're playing on. You know.
There's
always a balance between going fast and being in danger, no matter the difficulty that you play on. But so many speedruns, particularly for games like this, I know that Silent Hill likes to do it as well. You know, you whack the difficulty right down, so that even when the run is slightly dangerous, you don't want it sort of more dangerous than necessary. Whereas these runners, they have opted for the hardest difficulty. So sometimes running through a segment is feasible because you know you're going to take 6 shots and you can survive 6 shots. Whereas the sort of increase of difficulty completely changes that, and now you can't take any shots and you can't run through this segment and you've got to fight it.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank you for that very on point and actual analysis of what's going on, so that I can now balance that out with some more absolute twaddle. Tater84 says 6 degrees of leg separation. We say we have seen every wheeler's legs. I would just like to say for the record, I haven't seen Tater84's legs, so I'm starting to question their existence.
I have seen Tater84's legs, not in person, but I have seen them.
Right. I don't want to call you a liar, but I will say, where's the empirical evidence for that? Cite your sources.
It was when he played Bomberman and through his headset, he wheeled his chair back away from the computer and the legs came into view.
Okay. Have you considered that those may have been artificially added by 3D graphics?
I had not considered that. Now I am. Maybe I haven't seen Tater's legs.
I mean, it's up in the air. We're going to move away from this very thorny and polarizing subject to say that apparently a new meme of Decky ripping has dropped in the Discord. So feel free to check that out.
I'm not sure I want to.
I just checked it out, and I would recommend it. I would recommend it. Anyone here for the Mass Effect race? All we can do is apologize.
Yeah, we did ask. We really tried. We asked a lot to get someone who could actually do this fantastic game justice and these fantastic runners justice. And unfortunately, Papa Wheel was working.
Yeah.
Can't look away. Still looking at it.
Thank you for sharing that, Ads. It's a very special image. An important image, you know, like a historically important image.
This is going into a cutscene now. He's sort of been running through a lot of the Citadel.
Yeah.
He's going to be feeling good. I mean, his timer's green. He's been saying he's been on a great pace, so I imagine we talked about that momentum earlier on. I imagine he's going to be feeling a lot of it at this point.
I was afraid you wouldn't make it in
Nothing
time.
can stop the Hextree train.
Final. You've lost. You know. You survived our
Anyway, this is the part where Hex is going to talk him into
We can't stop it.
well, you know.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Hey, look, we saved Saren. Turns out he was a nice guy all along.
Rip.
So, first Saren fight defeated. Or I should say the first on the Citadel. Second overall, I think. We had that hoverboardy shenanigans.
Yeah, so yeah, 2 possible fights. The first one, he flies around on his hoverboard spamming rockets. That is the fight I believe that we've bypassed. Yeah, after killing him, he gets revived by Sovereign, and then we have to fight a weird crawling robot zombie thing. Time stops on killing his final form, so I think time will be coming up here soon for Hex, depending on how this boss battle goes.
I know Hex's timer has stopped, so I think Hex has already reached time. Perhaps he skips the whole thing.
Oh.
No, his timer started again. It was just a load.
Yeah.
I think the cutscene partly counted as a load. Sorry, load timers confuse me because I don't consider cutscenes to be loading, but they actually are.
They are arcane magic that I don't understand.
Yeah. For games like this, they do magic where they're loading things while you're watching a cutscene. So it is a load remove, and I've just been fooled by it. And Mr. Matt has also corrected me there. I do apologise to everyone who is expecting professionalism. You get what you're given.
Exactly.
As my dad would say.
Make sure he's dead.
Just so excited to see Hex continue to be undefeated that I'm willing it. I tried to skip an entire segment of the game out for him earlier as well. I'm just so enthusiastic.
He's dead.
I thought the commentary team last night were asking the important questions.
Oh, absolutely.
Should we mercy kill this run? That's a very important question.
I'm glad they asked it. I really am.
This is the transformation. I don't know who that is, but in Umaro's stream, that NPC that just talked, that's now my favourite voice actor. That was the best art I think I've ever heard.
And this station is mine.
Oh, here we go. Yep, it's boss time.
It is a weird mechanical crawling thing with legs that doesn't like being thrown into the air via gravity. Or via lack
Is that
of
it? That's time. Is that time?
Was that it? The boss didn't look close to dead and then it died? Nope.
Nope. Okay, right. We're jumping the gun again. Sorry.
I'm just going to shut up and wait for Mr. Matt to tell me that that's time. I think his load remove timer will stop anyway, so we'll have the exact time from him. I'm just going to shut up and let Mr. Matt tell me when we should
Same. We've been edging for so long. It's only natural that we think we've reached the end and we haven't.
Health bar went to 0. The timer stops. He's disintegrating.
Yep,
Mr. Matt says time. We can celebrate.
Hey.
We've got a winner of the race.
What was
Yes.
that? That was like a 2:37.56, 57, something like that.
I think it was a 2:28.33 from his load remove timer.
Yes, no, I meant by our RTA. Something like that. I think about a 2:37.56 RTA. Okay, yes, folks, that means we have a winner. First place, Hextree with a RTA time of 2:37.56. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I would say we should probably talk to him, but I've got an impression based on our previous attempt that he will not be able to hear us over this cutscene.
Yes, and added to the fact as well, like, while Umaro is very busy and probably won't notice, the hosts yesterday did kind of tip their hand by talking to you for a while. I couldn't help but notice out of the corner of my eye that they've been talking to you for a while. So I think if we talk to
some naughty racer shouldn't have the Discord open, checking to see who's being killed.
True, yes, maybe, and it would have been helpful if I'd just not known, so I probably will minimize that in future. But my point being, we've got an ending to watch anyway, so let's let this play out. We might not even need to talk to Hex. In fact, I think talking to Hex might, like, tip our hands, so... I did Hobby.
I'm happy to not talk to Hex. You might want to drop him like a little DM to just say, we know you've finished, we're not talking to you on purpose to not tip off Umaro, just so that he doesn't sit there thinking, what do I do?
Yeah, I can do that.
Take it easy. It's over. You're safe now. Where's the commander? We got your message. Shepard's right. We're headed for war with the Reapers. If we lose, it's the end of all life as we know it. We have to show the rest of the galaxy what it takes to survive. With the support of the other races, we can win this battle. With them behind us, we can stand against the Reapers' return and drive them back into dark space.
So yeah, just for a completion's sake, I can tell you that when Hex sent me the information earlier on today, he sent me a shot of his splits, and it looks like his PB was a 2:26.35, and his sum of best is a 2:23.27. So if we compare this with the LRT, that means he is almost exactly 2 minutes behind pace, which is what he roughly sort of like calculated it was before. So as ever, Hex continues to be efficiently correct.
It's terrifying how he does it, but also kudos to him, because when your run is hours long, being only a couple of minutes behind your PB is the same as those 4-minute runs and being 1 second out. Like it's nothing. Like he could easily call this as good as a PB run for the race.
Right, I don't think this music might necessarily get copyright struck, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over audio to Umaro now. So, one moment, please. We'll switch to Umaro so that we've got his gameplay audio.
I was listening to it the whole time because although I figured out which one was Hex and which one was Umaro, I forgot to swap my sound over.
So, as far as I can tell, I'll get back my area list. So I don't think we've seen Umaro reach Ilos yet. Is that correct?
No, he's got to fight Saren on his silly little hoverboard, and then he's still on the Halo planet, as you like to call it.
So I think that puts him sort of like... I do think the gap has widened slightly. I do think that puts him more at a kind of a 15 to 20 minute behind Hex, roughly.
A little bit more than that, I think. Probably sort of 20 to 30, I would suggest. But he will most certainly finish under us, which is a good thing. It's still worth celebrating because there have been runs that have not finished under their estimate.
And it's also, you know, with those poor RNG gifts that the game was providing, is still incredibly commendable as a time.
And there's a little bit of like kudos, gamer cred, whatever you'd like to call it, where you know there's a different feeling you'd feel coming out of a race having been mercy killed versus having finished and just lost.
Exactly. Yeah, you get some closure, but more often as well, I think, as we discussed the other day with Tomb Raider, it's the case that like sometimes you're in a race against another person, and in this case, Umaro was in a race against Hextree, but Umaro is also in a race against Umaro. And so being able to finish that and to put the kind of the button on the end of it's important and it's helpful. So we do want to provide that wherever possible.
So for those who are just watching the VOD or haven't watched every single race, we did a Tomb Raider race a couple of days ago, which featured someone brand new to sort of struggle in Stripes. And Stripes had some unfortunate luck, but never, ever got beaten by it. So in terms of the race that Stripes had against Stripes, absolutely smashed it. And, you know, we got to celebrate it with a big level clear right at the very end.
Yeah, it was such a nice feeling. The indomitable human spirit will not be broken. And StruggleR is testament to that in a very small, insignificant way.
Unless you're playing Alt F4, then it breaks immediately.
But I will say, if you haven't already seen the Tomb Raider race, get the fuck out. Why aren't you watching these races linearly in chronological release order? How are you going to understand the lore?
The lore. We are, as much as he makes a joke, we're building a rich lore in this community, and it is open to everyone. So I've said it once, and I'll say it again, as Umaro's friends put down the ladybug. Join us.
Yes, join us.
It is open to everyone. If you can think of a race, or you can think of the most obscure game ever, you can think of something that's not even a game, but if you can think of a way to make it a race, we'll have you. We will.
Yeah, and I think it's no surprise I've kind of intimated that StruggleR Season 4, although I would love to put on as much stuff as possible, it probably won't be as insane as this season. So what I'm looking for is the especially weird, the especially different things that we can do in a race format. You know, things like blind races, you know, having a partner help you or talk you through a race, you know, bingos, randomizers, you know, things that are inherently, what's the word? Not intricate, just, you know, that are multifaceted in some way. Things that kind of, you know, things that we haven't done before, or things that we've done before, but this time we're upping the ante, is very much the kind of the way that I want to go with Season 4. There will still be space for races like this, absolutely. but I think that will be the predominant focus. So feel free to start dreaming things up, and the Future Bouts channel in the StruggleR section of the Wheel of Struggle Discord is the perfect place to start a thread. Start a thread with your idea. Other people can chime in, they can tell you what they think. You might even find people who are willing to race you at it, and we go from there. Every single race in this season started as a thread in that channel, so...
Unfortunately, Umaro taking another snipe to the skull.
Yeah.
They've been the bane of Umaro's existence, I've got to be honest. Almost all of the deaths I've witnessed in this latter half have just been taking snipes, which makes sense. They are one of the more lethal things they're going to encounter, especially on this difficulty. It's also, from a casual gamer perspective, they're one of the most infuriating things to deal with. They're right up there with the infinite grenades in the Call of Duty games on veteran difficulty. You think you're safe, you're in cover, and then pew, your entire health bar plus shield is gone.
Mm-hmm. It's not for me to say what Umaro is thinking, but I'm pretty sure I can definitively say that he is reminded of the song by Soldier B on the Training Day soundtrack, "Protect Your Head." He's really, playing that song in his head right now, thinking about the lyrics, and kind of wishing that he'd protected his dome, he'd protected his head. Hustler's rhyming a big time in protect your mind. You need to protect your mind against lasers and or rifle fire.
I love your commitment to the bit. It's always funny. It's just you're really all or nothing about it, aren't you? Once you go down the path, you stick with it.
Like I've literally joked about this meme before, but like me, you know that picture of oh fuck, what's his actual name? How am I blanking on his name? Strider from Lord of the Rings. What's his fucking Aragorn? Fuck, why did that take me so long? Anyway, the picture of Aragorn where he's at the fight and he goes for the something. Mine is for the bit.
For the bit.
Always, everything, my life for the bit. I can Adrian's Revenge exclusively reveal that I do it all for the bit.
Viggo Mortensen, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Oh, another death for Umaro there. Explosive.
At least it's not to a sniper, it was to the boss.
Yeah.
Dying to bosses, you expect it, especially on this sort of... I think you said it not long after I joined. Some of these games or things, it can be a bit like just putting out fires.
Yeah,
I think that's what this run has turned into for Umaro. There's a little bit of a sense of sod's law. If it can go wrong, it will. And Umaro is just like, I want to put out more fires than are currently being started by the game and its infinite hatred.
Mm-hmm. Hobbytown bringing up that famous tuxedo mask meme.
So we're going to get another explosive death there. Another laser railgun looking to take the dome off, but not finding the mark this time.
I also love that it looks like the mechanic from... well, I don't know, actually, because I just saw a laser fire on the wall, but like in a lot of third-person shooters like this, like Uncharted, it's your reticle over the enemy is what defines whether your bullets hit, even if there are sometimes terrain or debris in the way. And that can be used to great effect on the more punishing difficulties of Uncharted. I thought it might be the same effect here, but I did see a laser fire go into the wall, so I'm not sure now.
I don't mind when that happens, because I tend to get quite annoyed by the opposite. I hate it when the reticle looks like crystal clear. It looks like there's absolutely nothing obstructing it, and then you fire a shot, but because where the shot comes out, it's not where the reticle is aiming. It just hits the piece of cover directly in front of you.
Yeah.
I thought I was being really clever, and no, I just looked like an idiot.
Umaro making sure to take cover from these long-range rifle people now. Very wise.
Commander, set that nuke and get out. We can't hold them. Damn it. Suppressing fire. Cover your flank. Cover your...
Oh, I think... yes. I think the ladybug is a nuke.
Yes. And it looks like I think one of your team has to stay behind and guard it, and they kind of make the ultimate sacrifice. I'm not sure if you get a choice in that or not. I think you might actually, because I think whoever dies on the first mission like won't be here to do it now, kind of thing. And Hex has completed his speedrun of the credits. Well done. They did take a while. I'm commentating. I can hear you. Nothing. Oh, sorry. No.
I love it so much, and that's why you love me.
I love you too. Have a great day.
Whacked open the Mass Effect wiki to see what the wiki had to say about it.
I need to talk.
Nothing interesting. If you were thinking I was about to come in with some interesting facts, lore, and knowledge, have none of it.
Yeah, apologies there. Pumpkin Blades needed to talk to me about something, so I had to mute.
That's quite all right. I'm okay. I'm coping.
Well, if you want to know how it's going for me, my wife just kissed me goodbye because she's going out, and I said, "Oh, are you getting dressed?" And she looked at me and she said, "I am dressed." So that's how it's going. That's how it's going for me. Very well.
You are in the doghouse.
I may be. Rut-row. Gallops is cooked. Umaro, though, finally getting through that level, now heading off to Elos.
Yeah, Elos for Umaro, and then will be the Citadel after that. I can see our good friend Hex is in the chat, having finished, of course. Congratulations, Hex, since I know you're there. I know Gallops dropped you a message as to why we haven't talked to you. But congratulations all the same.
Absolutely. Incredible play. This does not look like Elos.
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings.
Does not look like Elos.
Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
Is this a case of Umaro playing things in a different order, or is this optional? It could be the case that he thinks maybe he doesn't have the equipment or resources necessary.
Yeah, so equipment has been a big bane for Umaro. You know, Umaro Gamble did specific routing, wanting specific equipment, and saw none of it. There is the chance that this is just to find more equipment. Or we missed Umaro not do a world, and now has to do one.
Yeah. Right, so Hex has messaged me and said that he can help commentate if we like. Umaro still has 3 planets to go. So we are just going to take that risk that if Umaro can see the for chat. He's going to see that Hex is unmuted and undeafened. I think it's at this point it's worth it so that we can get that expert commentary from someone who's actually just played it, so knows what the fuck is going on.
Oh yeah, I think Umaro mentioned doing Noveria first, so there's every chance that, because obviously we've got the planets in the order that Hex does them. There's every chance that Umaro hasn't done one of these earlier planets. Bring Hex in; he can save us.
Okie dokie. There we go, Hex. You are unmuted and undeafened. Welcome in. First of all, let us be the first to say congratulations on an absolutely amazing run. Only 2 minutes off PB.
Yeah.
Incredible. And,
yeah, that was as good as I was hoping it to be, yeah.
Yeah, and you've set the bar now at 5-0 for StruggleR, which is incredibly impressive. We were remarking earlier that Floof is at 4-0, so... the only way that we can decide this is to get the two of you into a race somehow. But yeah, no, your record speaks for itself, sir. Absolutely incredible. And Umaro has had some setbacks. He's had some RNG things not go his way that he was kind of hoping for in terms of equipment and stuff. So he did remark upon that. He's also had a fair few deaths, getting sniped and things. Yeah, we were a bit confused because he just finished... let me check my notes. By the way, thank you so much for the notes. He just finished Vermeer, so we thought he would be heading to Ilos from there, but it looks like he's diverted to a lava planet. Could you explain why?
So this is Therum. This is the first planet I went to, and it's where you recruit Liara. So he's saved this for last. Which is also completely valid. In fact, there's no particular reason I went to it first other than I wanted Liara early to recruit her.
Yeah.
And I think some of the speedrunners do this one last as well, so yeah, it's another way of doing it. I mean, these 4 middle missions, they can really be done in any order, except Vermeer gets unlocked after you complete, like, 2 of the others or something like that.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so assuming he's also done Noveria, which is where you fight the Asari lady, and Theros, which is where you fight the plant monster, that should be all.
Yeah,
it should be his last.
We do believe it is Noveria. Like, there's a room with.
Yeah, he did Noveria first. Noveria was the first place he
that's
went
it.
To. He was hoping for a decent assault rifle from the Shepherd box right at the start, and he got a shotgun which he couldn't use. So he's routed around trying to get good equipment drops, like some better guns, and then some. I think he said it was poison resist, but he hasn't seen any of it through his routing.
Has he been doing like negative karma or like positive karma? Have you noticed?
I have not.
No, honestly, to tell you the truth, both of you have been menuing and talking to people incredibly quickly, and
you can't really tell easily. Yeah, I was gonna say if he had been doing positive karma, I think you can buy a good weapon from one person on Theros, but I don't know if he knows about that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's electing here to not bother with the tank skip.
Yeah. I've never even tried the on-foot approach, so it might not even be that much slower. It depends how fast you get through these guys.
It's especially good for us now because we get to kind of compare a little bit.
The funny thing is, in the Legendary Edition, they actually made the archway more narrow to try to stop people from getting through, but you can still get through. It's just a little bit harder.
Nice. Oh, that's super interesting because we were talking earlier on about the kind of the small patches and tweaks and differences that are made over versions as devs try to eliminate things, not necessarily because of speedrunners, but sometimes that is the case. So that's cool to know.
And I think Umaro is also using controller, which I've never tried using for Mass Effect. I assume it'll be a slight disadvantage with some precision, but if it's what he's used to,
Yeah, he was saying before that because Wugger asked why in capital letters, and yeah, the answer was that's why it most at home there because he's played it on the Xbox 360 extensively.
Yeah, one of the things is like that wheel that he's using, like you can map every one of those to like a button on the keyboard. So that's one thing you can do with keyboard. The powers and use them immediately without having to bring that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing that about your gameplay. Is you were just using powers as opposed to having to select everything from the context wheel.
Yeah. I bring up the context wheel to tell my squad to use their powers, which in theory you can also map to buttons, but I don't think I have enough buttons left for that. Alright, he's going to come up to the boss of this section, which is the big Colossus. I think it's quite tough. It's been a long time since I actually fought him on foot.
Yeah, so our expert who was in here earlier, Strife the Historian, was mentioning that this boss is quite tricky, and that's why the tank is favoured. The tank skip, sorry, I should say, to get the tank here.
Yeah. I think those little frog-like creatures which hop about, they're the bigger problem, because you can never get a lock on them. They keep jumping about.
That's always my personal bugbear with bosses, is when you've got to fight boss plus a bunch of little enemies that just jump around the place and get in the way.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the game, right? Because
yeah,
Borderlands, they do it on purpose so that if the boss knocks you down, you can do that second chance mechanic that they have, right? There's something easy to kill to stand back up.
Oh, yeah.
But I think in a game like this, especially if they're just trying to laser lock on, it's annoying.
Well, it looks like Umaro picked the same class and weapon as I did. Vanguard with assault rifle. That seems to be what most speedrunners use.
That what we just saw there was a sort of we talked about the lack of precision from not having a mouse, and I think Umaro really suffered from that there. Sort of slight overcorrections to try and hit the smaller.
I thought he would be able to open that door now. I didn't think you'd actually need to kill all these guys. Or maybe he wants to for the XP, I'm not sure. Oh, it seems he can't open that door.
I mean, to my very incredibly untrained eye, it looks like occasionally he opens that menu, not necessarily to select anything different, although he is there. Sometimes, does that provide any kind of delay where you can at least kind of scope out enemies in the split second?
Oh yeah, definitely. And when you play it casually, you do that a lot. Because in that menu, you can also move your mouse about and tell your squad mates to go to certain locations. So you can issue orders, attack orders, defend orders while in that menu, which is useful. I think he just needs to kill the Colossus to get into that door, because that's what I did. There we go. Yeah, the indoors bit is fairly short, just like a couple of rooms, then we need Liara. Like in casual playthroughs, people normally go for Liara first because, like, she's a cool character that they want to recruit.
Mm-hmm.
She's like the one of 3 characters you can romance as well, along with Ashley and Caden.
This cavern formed around the ruin after it was built.
We were also talking earlier on about the beauty of hiding loading times within elevators.
Yeah. In the Legendary Edition, they because loading times weren't as big of a problem in the Citadel's elevators, which are usually, they became a meme because they were so long to load.
Yeah.
They still take as long as before if you don't press anything, but there is a little pop-up saying press shift to skip, because there's lots of conversations that your squad mates just do in the elevator, so you can just like listen to those if you want to, but you can also just skip the elevator rides.
Yeah.
In this edition.
I was about to say this.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say this room here. Those robot drones are quite tough. I just run past them with a barrier on. Also, I see he's gone for Caden and Tali, the 2 like techie squad mates. Tali is pretty good against Geth, and you fight a lot of Geth in this game, at least in the main like stories, so that also makes sense. Like her race invented the Geth.
Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help. Are you? And
There's a funny scene in Mass Effect 3 where Tali gets a bit drunk and she reenacts this scene here, that Liara like calling for help while she's in a bubble. So she's like flailing her arms around and, I'm in a bubble, help.
Yeah, this is definitely, I mean, so my personal experience with Mass Effect is that I played the first kind of half of it back in the day, and I don't know why, but I never used it. This is definitely reminding me why I liked the original Mass Effect and why I should definitely give it a go at some point and do the trilogy. I think I even have the, I think it was a PS Plus thing, the remaster collection, so I think I have access to it.
Yeah, the first game was a bit more RPG-like, a bit more grindy in places, although you don't really need to grind, but there's a lot more like side missions, and you can see there's a lot of inventory, like you got like a assault rifle level 1, level 2, level 3, all that stuff, which a lot of that stuff they got rid of in the later games and made it a bit more action oriented. Some people prefer the RPG style, some people prefer the action stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. We did notice that because there is this run shows that there's a fairly even proportion of talking and shooting, but because in a run you can skip through the talking quite quickly, it ends up looking disproportionate and it's more of a shooter.
Now I am.
Mm-hmm.
I still cannot.
Saren's look.
We have.
Then there's just one boss here, the Krogan, he's pretty tough too. The Krogans, don't know if you've noticed, but when you kill them, they get back and they back up and they have like a second health bar.
Oh, we love a second health bar, don't we?
But if you lift them with your psychic powers, I think it stops that second revival. So I've been lifting them a lot before I kill them.
That would be more fun.
In case.
That is one of the funniest things about this game, like the lift and the singularity. It just makes them go in all different directions, floating up to the ceiling and stuff.
Yeah, we've seen you even using it in like important fights, like even on Saren. Like this is supposedly like final boss
That's the funny thing, yeah, you can use it on
You just
anyone.
lift him up. You just lift him up and he's like, I'm intimidated. No, I'm flying away slowly.
Yeah, you normally don't expect that. Like, normally bosses, like, you know, they're immune to certain things. But here, if your lift, as long as your lift skill is high enough, you can lift anything, even the tankiest things in this game. And that's why lift is probably the best power in the game. Okay, nice. He managed that pretty quickly.
So, next stop, Elos, we're thinking.
Yeah, so he'll need to make a quick stop to the Citadel, which will be like only like 2 minutes to unground his ship, because after all this, the Council still doesn't believe us that there's like an invasion of Reapers and stuff. So he has to illegally like break out and head to Elos.
Too close, Commander.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Oh, here we go, vision time.
Yeah, I've just realized, since this is the only... If he did this mission last, then he only gets this vision once. Whereas, because I did this mission first, I think Liara does this scene like a couple of times after missions. So if you haven't met Liara, then you only get this once. I guess that's a time save. Although the time is removed anyway because it's load removed, so I guess it actually doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, we did notice that you had that specific vision cutscene thing play twice in fairly quick succession, and I thought for a second you had reloaded or something, until I realized that you were on a spaceship and not at the place you were in the mission.
Yeah, I can't remember why they do that. I think he's sort of seeing the same vision, but each time it's becoming clearer the meaning of it to him.
Yeah.
And basically, ultimately, the vision is telling him to go to Elos. And I think that's what they figure out now.
No. It's just politics, Commander. You've done your job.
So now the Council is like, no, there's not going to be any Reaper Force. We're just going to commit our entire military to defend the Citadel. But Shepard knows they don't stand a chance against the Reapers.
Interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
After years of poor economic performance, ExoGeni has announced that its research colony on Pharos is finally
Also, we would just like to add that we've very much been enjoying your notes and some of your kind of like little asides and turns of phrase. I'm just looking at one now, which is you're describing the fact that at this point in the game you kind of have a chance to sleep with a romantic partner if you do all the right dialogue options. And you've written here... because there was a huge fuss involving Fox News doing a huge hit piece on the game. But in fact, all it ever was this one implied off-screen scene where you might get to see a bit of side bum at best. Can I just say, I'm now thinking of nothing but side bum.
You'll have a better chance if you go after the ambassador's computer.
I'll take care of the lockdown.
Are you thinking of human side bum or Asari side bum?
Good question. It was pink, but now you've just turned it blue. Sort of like before my eyes, like a magic trick.
This was well on what I was thinking of when you said side bum.
Thank you, ads. If you have bum emotes, they're most welcome in chat.
That one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why communication
Just before he got into the elevator, there was a lady standing side there, the journalist, one of the most biggest memes of the game. You can do an interview with her, and one of the renegade options is to just say this interview is over and punch her in the face and knock her to the ground.
Yeah,
which is hilarious.
I'd misremembered that. I thought that was in the second game. It's in the first one.
It happens again in the second game. They bring it back. You have another interview with her, and I think the first time you try to punch her, she actually ducks because she's ready for you. But then you can have a follow-up event to actually land the punch.
Wow.
Like in my casual playthrough earlier this year, I tried for once not to punch her, and I think Markman raided me just before that came up, and I clicked and I ended up punching her. So
it was fated, a fated punch.
yeah, the other meme-worthy thing is whenever the council call you on your ship's computer, you can just like click the option to hang up on them. And then later on, they'll call you back and say, that was not funny the last time you did that. Please do not hang up on us. This is really important. And you can just hang up like continuously.
I like games that do that, but I also do feel slightly imprisoned by games that do that, because when they provide me with an option that is just infinitely better than the other option, I don't have the discipline to not do it.
Yeah.
I can go in with all the will in the world, be like, I'm not going to punch her, I'm not going to punch her, I'm not going to punch her, and then I get there and I've got to punch her. She's got to.
The way I regulate that personally is that my first playthrough, I always tend to be paragon of virtue, super nice and kind to everyone. No, you don't have to pay me for sorting out your problem, blah, 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 blah. Second playthrough, that's where it gets real.
I do that, but in inverse. My first RPG playthrough is always, how big of an asshat is this RPG going to let me be?
Here we are on Elos, and another cool thing that you can kind of see here, the discrepancy between the load remove time and the RTA time is now at 5 minutes. And just goes to show how much time is lost through loading.
Yeah.
Or gained, rather, I should say, by having an LRT.
We have to get inside this boat. There's no... We'll have to find some...
One thing that I do need to look into personally is I know that you can get some auto splitters and load remove times, etc., that use game logic. They read the actual code of the game and they look for triggers or flags that indicate something has happened or has been done. But I do know, like, I remember hearing about people who use visual, like a snapshot of what like the screen immediately after a loading screen looks like and things like that. And so that would be, I need to think about that for some of the games I run, because an LRT would be really handy in things like Eat Lead, The Return of Mount Hazard, which is a third-person shooter. So for a lot of the time looks kind of like this and has also got unskippable cutscenes. So like I'm sure there must be a way. If Mr. Matt, if you're still there, we need to take a screenshot after every loading screen and build an LRT. I think it's possible. One thing this run has taught me is that everybody is an untethered balloon just ready to float off.
Yep.
I am wondering, because he's spending about a second every time he opens this wheel. So Hex was talking about these sort of hotkeys. Do you think the sheer amount of times he's opened that wheel?
Ooh.
Oh, unfortunate death there.
Mhm.
You think just about the amount of times he's opened that wheel? I wonder how much time has been lost purely in context
Yeah.
wheeling.
I mean, definitely another limitation of the controller.
I think he made a slight mistake on that last run before his death. He equipped shredder ammo, and if I remember correctly, shredder ammo is used against organics. There are no organics in this level. I think he might have meant to equip the opposite one, which is the one that's good against robots. Tungsten ammo. I don't know if he's still got the shredder ammo on.
I love it when you play these RPGs and your friend stands in your way.
While Umaro continues to fight his way through Elos, I will just bring up the fact that the meme that Adrian previously posted in general chat on the Discord has reached even higher levels of controversy now. There is a clear, distinct divide between people who think she looks like Deki in that picture and people that think she looks like 16-bit Hyper Turbo. And the warring factions are torching is just a few torches and pitchforks away from all-out war. So please do weigh in. Head over to general chat and take a look. I mean, if nothing else, you'll get a kick out of looking at it, and then you can decide what side of the divide you fall on.
Is there a poll up?
There is not a poll up. That we should do that. That's a great idea. Right, let's get a poll going. Let's decide this thing for the last time.
16-bit hyperdecky. Alright, hit another quick save. Finally does not have to deal with that again.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Adrian.
Is that your response to Freddie Mercury?
That is my response to Freddie Mercury.
Yeah. Not a fan of that. Anyway, back to Mass Effect. I don't know if it's a lack of snipers in this segment, but Umaro hasn't been sniped in a while, which has been sort of a bane of his existence, as he just kept going and taking stray sniper shots wherever he went.
Yeah, I don't think there are that many snipers here. Actually, just up ahead, I think there are a couple.
I personally think it looks like Deki, so I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and vote Deck. Let's get that poll is running for another 2 minutes or so. This is your chance to finally settle the debate. Finish the fight, as it were. That's a Mass Effectism. Ad's abstaining. Yeah, you brought this conflict into the world. You're wisely stepping back now. You've done enough, Adrian.
These jumping enemies, they're the worst thing in a third-person shooter because you can't turn fast enough to shoot at them.
Imagine it's only magnified when you're turning with a controller, no less, as well.
Yeah.
This place still has power. It must be running off its own generator.
I bet this is the command center for the entire complex. Zaren's troops must have sealed the doors from here after he went inside. We'll have to figure out how to disengage the security lockdown if we ever want to get inside that bunker.
Since he has Tali, he should be able to interact with those consoles, which will kind of launch some robots on his side as allies. You just have to get to them.
Well, chat, you've decided, and I can't say I agree with the decision, but the majority feel that 16-bit is the looker of that picture. I'm sure Decky will be very happy with that result. But I wash my hands of this. I can't put my name behind this.
Another unfortunate death for Umaro there. Lots of damage constantly coming in, and I don't know if it's poor positioning or misfortune, but Umaro seems to be getting clipped quite a lot.
Yeah. In this wide open room, at least, it does make sense to retreat to this kind of further back point where you can pick people off from afar. And we are definitely seeing some shooting through the chairs, so I definitely think it's a Uncharted reticule style situation.
Yeah, because it was designed as a cover shooter. It's very, even on the easiest difficulty, if you just run in like you would in like Doom or something, you get slaughtered. The only reason I was occasionally able to get away with it was because I was using lift and stuff like that to like lift them up.
Well, I believe, let me just double check. I can't remember if we said 5 hours or 4 hours. We definitely want Umaro to finish.
Happened a few times now where Umaro keeps selecting lift from the context, but I think it's actually an aimed ability, so it proceeds to miss it once it's selected. I've seen that happen a few times now. I think that's another controller difficulty.
Yeah, even when you're on target, lift can be very, very finicky to get precise. So yeah, controller is going to be an issue of getting lift to hit them. However, when you get your squad mates to use lift, they somehow, like, they always manage to land it, even if they don't have line of sight. So that's quite useful.
I think you were going to say something about timer, Gallips, that I think they cut you off to talk about
that's
lift.
okay. Yeah, we've got a 5-hour limit written down as this, even though the estimate says 4. I'm quite okay if you two are to allow Umaro to finish this out, no matter how long it takes him.
I would like Umaro to finish this.
Yeah.
Umaro has fought incredibly hard through bad RNG and just some unlucky stuff happening that I think Umaro has earned this finish.
Exactly.
If they can punch it out.
Yeah. If you're watching this VOD, Umaro, we are behind you 100%. You're going to storm this ending section now.
Yeah, so he's coming up to the Warthog run.
Funny enough, when you were in Vermeer, I said, this looks a lot like Halo.
Yeah. Yeah, and it handles a lot like the remastered version of Halo, because I'm using my mouse to control it, which gives you a bit more precision in turning. But the downside is that you can't really aim behind you or to the side of you without turning when you don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I might be wrong, but my memory of the controller, the scheme on controller, is that you push forward with sticks, kind of in the same way that the Warthog does.
Hmm.
Or we just haven't run into it yet.
This section looks a lot like a level from a game I speedrun, so I was kind of shocked there. I had to stop myself. I speedrun a game called American Tail, and there's a level that looks a lot like this.
I'm really surprised that American Tail was the game you were going to.
Well, you go down a sewer on a roller skate, and this looks a lot like a sewer going down on a roller skate.
Okay.
Just managed to kind of like shell shock myself there a minute. I'll show you the level later, and you'll be like, Garlips, I can see exactly what you were talking about.
I've seen you play American Tail. You did it for someone's stream.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
It's a trap. Saren must have set an ambush.
I don't think Saren's behind us.
I think that was the game you played for someone's stream. There was a mouse in it.
Yes, I can confirm. Thank you, Hobbitan sees it.
My people once tried to find this world. We'd hope if this were simply an automated trap.
I don't want to pull away from the fantastic run here that we're watching, but I will get a time-coded video of the level in question.
You are not. I mind you, but when the vacuum over the next to the within a few. We do, but when yet they vowed that at this time, Kersoft in through the conduit.
It's funny, you can get Paragon points there just for talking nicely to the literal AI.
I do that. I say thank you to AI whenever I ask it a question.
For all their great achievements.
Oh.
Yeah, I say thank you to the self-checkouts at Tesco's.
When the revolution comes, I'll be the first against the wall. I'd tell Siri to fuck off when I'm done with her. My name's on the list.
Yeah, I guess my rage too. That's the benefit or the bonus to being told thank you, is when it doesn't work with me, I get to tell it to fuck off.
Yeah, which in the case of Siri is quite often, because half the time she thinks I've said her name when I haven't. I was saying something else. But yeah, for the vaguely curious in chat, I've time-coded the level in question.
For those on YouTube later, tough luck.
Yeah, you have to copy it manually into your address bar. Good luck.
So he just has to hope that he doesn't get stuck in the ground, because that's just something that randomly happens in this section here, and I don't think speedrunners really know a way to avoid it. If he gets stuck in the ground, he just has to reload a save.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the any % of this game uses a lot of out of bounds glitches. which we wanted to avoid because it would just be more learning for this race. I think the main glitch they use is where you you put on armor, then you take it off, and then you put it on and take it off like really quickly, and that somehow makes your movement animation clip you through walls, I think. Something like that.
Oh, speedrunners.
I love it. It's always something stupid. It's never, if you jump, you clip through walls. It's always, no, you put armor on, take it off, put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off, and you're through the wall.
Sure, Umaro would be very happy to see the end of that session.
Yeah, for Umaro, the end of the game is now finally in sight. This is going to be a clear for them.
Yeah, I assume he's going to go for the because I saw that he has a lot of Paragon points, so I assume he's going to go for the skip fighting Saren's first form, which is just you just tell him that he's indoctrinated, and he's like, oh, I am. I think you have to have like 9 Paragon skill points for that to work.
Yeah. We saw in your notes you mentioned that fight that you're skipping is quite a difficult one as well, so it's a really good skip to have access to.
Yeah, I would say it's the hardest individual boss / enemy to fight. He just flies all over the place. He completely spams rockets at you, and he spawns in more and more Geth on the ground. So even hiding behind cover, it's pretty tough to get anything done.
Please begin emergency evacuation.
But they make all the dialogue stuff quite complex. Like, it's not always as simple as having a certain number of skill points. You actually have to have done something in Vermeer for that to work, which I assume Umaro's done. So when you meet Saren in Vermeer, before fighting him, there is a Paragon option you're supposed to select, which gives him doubt, makes him think that he's indoctrinated, but he's not entirely sure. If you've done that, then you don't need as many skill points to do the final check in this mission.
That's really neat.
It's clever, and it's sort of a testament to what we were talking about that makes this game so great, was the amount of detail that they put into these sorts of choices. It's not just yes, yes, no, maybe. There's a lot of intricacy to it.
Yeah, the branching is quite complex. And like, if Umaro didn't do that, then it's still possible to convince Saren, but I think you need 11 Paragon skill points instead of like 9. Because the ending to Mass Effect 2, there's this fight where you bring all your squad members together and you choose who goes in what squad and who defends while you're doing this and who handles the tech. And there's a huge number of kind of outcomes that can happen at each stage, depending on who you pick for each job. Stuff it's probably the most complex kind of like sequence of that form I've ever seen in a game. There's a lot of different branching that can happen. Some can survive, some can die, different things can happen. So that really, really impressed me, not only when I played it, but then after when I kind of read up on what actually can happen.
Yeah, I mean, and it's great to see it because, quite often games are lauded for their ability to be able to provide a complex narrative with branching choices that you make, as opposed to like a linear film or TV that is one way and one way only. So it's good to see games that actually utilize that system, because I mean, obviously it's a crap ton of work from a game dev perspective, but it does make those choices feel weighty and rewarding to make.
Yeah, because like Ashley has died in our runs here, she could have survived to Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, and has a whole bunch of voice lines which were recorded for her in those games. And that goes the same for several of these characters. Kaiden also could have died. Rex, who Umaro didn't recruit, I think, can die here, but he can also have survived all the way to the end of the trilogy.
Oh, I saw that main menu prompt and my heart jumped a little bit.
I was going to say, the other thing that this visually reminds me of in places is Dead Space, which is kind of cool. Because I think, have you been playing, I think I saw you playing 2 recently. Was it you? I think it was
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as well, yeah. Because it's the camera's a little bit to the side as well, which is what they do in Dead Space.
Oh, no. Dead Space 2, that could be a race.
Someone once nominated it, didn't they? Well, the Dead Space 1.
Yeah. The main issue with that was the price tag.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, it was on my abandonware for a while, but then it kind of got...
It got remastered, didn't it? And then the original also got put back up.
But it would be... Yeah, I think it was... It might have been Impossible Cutter that was nominated. But either way, I think it would make a great wheel game, because there's a lot of decision making there based on what you choose to upgrade, your upgrade path and stuff. And all of the nominations for Season 8 are in. I can exclusively reveal that the Council have not yet met about Season 8, but I'm sure that will happen in due course. For the moment, StruggleR is very much the focus, but yeah, Season 8 will be coming eventually. Along with about 200 million website updates that poor fish will have to put into the website.
The mantle of Papa Wheel weighs heavy.
It does, but he's got the shoulders for it. He's a beautiful, beautiful man who also has likes. I can confirm.
And he'd like to be using them in his new house, but unfortunately that's not been the case.
Now you have to face a lot of these Krogans.
Looks like Umaro was doing what you were talking about lifting him up and killing him while he's in the air.
So when you play casually, Rex, the Krogan that you can have in your squad, is probably the most powerful squad mate you can have. Like he's mainly because he's really tanky, just like these guys.
Yeah,
he think he also has the second health bar thing, even as a squad mate.
Oh, that's neat. It's a feature of all of that race, so he gets one too.
I think for the purpose of the speedrun, he doesn't have the right powers that... I don't know if he has lift. He might actually have lift, but I think his combination of powers is still not as good as Kaiden and Liara, which is what I chose.
Yeah, so a cool question we could ask is, what was your thought process or approach when it came to learning the run for this game? Did you lean heavily on other runs, or did you do some experimentation yourself with the game systems?
So when I started learning this, there was no real category for this, but I did find that somebody had speedrun the entire trilogy, not this game individually, but the entire trilogy in one go. on Insanity. And it wasn't, I don't know, I think the time that he got for Mass Effect 1 was actually pretty good. So I started learning from that, and then some people were discussing, coincidentally, they were discussing recently about having a glitchless race, and I sort of weighed in as well, and I mentioned that we're doing this in Wheel of Struggle, and eventually the category was created, and since then one person has submitted specifically to Insanity, and I think their time is 2 hours 40. But in terms of routing, yeah, I mostly learned from what I saw in the runs, which weren't quite this category. So like either glitchless on easy or like any % on Insanity. I tried to combine what I learned from both of those.
That's really cool. Yeah.
Because that is true, yeah. I'm just checking what Hextree said. So Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which is what we're playing, right?
Yep.
One person, Lone 28, has a 2 hour 48 LRT for the ME1 glitchless Insanity, which means I guess we've just witnessed a world record.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like in conditions that could be submitted, but you definitely have a world record here today.
So I already, just yesterday I already had a better run by about 2 minutes.
Of course, your
PB,
so was, yes.
Yeah, so it was very close to world record. But yeah, I do have one backed up.
Nice. Will you be submitting to the board soon?
Sorry? Did you ask something?
Yeah, you go ahead, Floof, and then I'll...
Oh, I just said congratulations. So you asked the question.
Yeah, I was just going to say, are you going to submit it to the board? Are you...
Yeah,
excellent.
Yeah, I was just holding off for this race.
Fantastic.
Now this bit here, it's a bit of an auto-scroller. I think you just have to wait for the Geth dropship, whose health bar is on the bottom right, to just die.
Dangerously low health bar for a second.
I was going to say, how dare you come for me behind my cover? Oh,
someone else came from in from the other side because he stepped out of the cover.
No. Yeah, because usually you have that one in the back. Like they don't usually approach. So Umaro had lots of electronic skill, which is what I didn't have. So he can turn on 3 of these turrets. I could only turn on 2. So that just makes this go faster, I assume. If you have more turrets, I assume it kills the boss quicker.
So the turrets are what's dropping the dropship's health.
Yeah, I think they're the only thing which can hurt it.
It's getting fairly low. Ooh. Luckily, saved just before that.
The game is reasonably generous with its checkpointing in a lot of the situations.
Yeah.
Well, I'm seeing the words quick save a lot as well. Is that is activated by the player, right? Or is that an actual checkpoint?
Yes, that's player.
Okay.
Yeah, because it lets you quick save at certain times when it's deemed that there's no threats around and stuff like that. So sometimes I'm kind of mashing it a bit in the hopes that I can get a quick save in. Sometimes I don't manage to.
Yeah.
That lift carried some momentum. He was off to go see someone.
Yeah, because if they go high enough or to the side enough, it just insta-kills them, which is quite useful.
Here's that bats approach where you kind of get those. Oh, didn't pay off.
He was thinking of the steps that were going to help him out of that situation.
Yeah.
But he didn't quite get there. It was very close.
So I keep returning to Eat Led the Return of Mount Hazard, which I promise I'm not doing on purpose. But in that game, we have what we refer to as mandos and non-mandos, as in mandatory fights that you must kill everyone in, and fights where you can kind of run past enemies and it won't penalise you. Is that a similar kind of situation here, where there are certain people you can definitely just bypass and other people you have to kill?
Yeah. Like generally, if there's a door or something behind them, you can just go to the door. But if you've seen like a cutscene appear after we kill the last guy, then that's usually a fight you had to do.
Yeah, makes sense.
Here, I'm pretty sure you can just run past them, but I don't think he'll survive if he does.
Yeah, I was thinking it was one of those kind of situations. Yeah.
He killed the Krogan and then tried to sprint past the destroyers, and they just killed him.
Because if he does, there's another couple of units up there, and then he'll be sandwiched. He picked up tungsten 6. That's the best ammo he should be using now. Strongest against robots, synthetics.
Yeah, definitely right, chat. Getting it's okay, Mr. Matt. We worked out that it's actually a 5-hour estimate, and I put the wrong number in. But we're confident that Umaro will finish before 5 hours are up for sure.
Yeah, this is the last wave before he gets to the Citadel.
Yeah.
Although it's the biggest Krogan wave yet. There's like 4 or 5 of them. And they're all charging. Oh, and that one, I always forget about that one. He pops up right beside you.
Hey, hello. Like a bit overzealous.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
Yeah.
You just got to get to the hatch. Oh. Yeah, so in the lore, the Krogans are like, when they were introduced to interstellar flight and everything, and introduced to the other aliens, I think they were very useful because they had a huge population, so the other races used them as a tool to fight off the Rachni. Then they were stuck with Krogans, and then the Krogans were threatening to take over the galaxy. So then they released the genophage, which is what makes them infertile, or almost infertile.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I remember that as a plot point. Yeah.
So yeah, the Krogans are very bitter about that, and it's a big source of tension because no one has a cure. But in this part here, what we learn is that Saren has cured it, and that's why we're fighting all these Krogans, because Saren has been breeding his own personal army of Krogans.
Ah.
And if you have Rex with you, Rex gets very upset because he doesn't want to, because he knows that if we fight this fight, we're going to lose the cure, because Saren has the cure.
Yeah.
And Rex gets very angry, and if you don't calm him down, then you have to kill him.
Oh, that's so cool.
And it's a pretty, it's pretty easy to lose him, because not only do you need enough points in either a Paragon or Intimidate or something, but like it helps to have done one of his side quests as well. And there's also something you have to have done in the level to make it easier to calm him down as well. Matt Internet is referring to Andromeda. I've never played Andromeda, so I can't comment on the lore.
Sadly, it's the Mass Effect game I have the most hours in, and I still don't really know what's going on in Andromeda. But they do mention the genophage a lot.
Yeah, because in Mass Effect 3, when you finally cure the genophage, if you finally cure the genophage, then when you meet with Rex or his placeholder Krogan later on, like you talk to him, he's really frustrated and tired because apparently he's been mating like crazy to repopulate the Krogans, and he's sore and exhausted, and every lady wants his DNA.
Amazing.
Because he's like the best warlord.
Wonder if Decky's still no audio. Decky, if you can somehow hear this, chat decided that picture that Adrienne posted looks more like 16-bit than you, so chat are with you on this.
We're not, but chat is.
Yeah, we hasten to add that we've washed our hands of the whole thing. We're essentially the Pontius Pilate of StruggleR.
Alright, the first Saren encounter. We'll see if he manages to skip it altogether. Basically, there's 3 blue options you have to pick. If you pick all 3, then you succeed.
I was now my.
Oh.
Oh, it looked like
he's going to fight him.
He's reloaded.
Yeah, it looks like he's reloaded.
Oh. Okay. Because it's a nasty fight, and I like on controller it would be so much worse.
That was almost instant, so I think he definitely does not plan to fight.
I was afraid you wouldn't make it.
Time for what?
You've lost.
I've still
You
got
survived our. Now my turn.
That's what I did. There we go.
There we go.
Shepard. Thank you.
And you can do the same thing if you're going Renegade, which was the first route I was learning. But and it's just as viable. I think Paragon is easier because if you save all the colonists in Ferros, like those zombie humans, then you get a lot of Paragon points, and you can also buy a cool assault rifle.
Yeah.
Chance ships, move in. Save the Destiny Ascension.
There's also an infinite Paragon or Renegade exploit, which I think is banned in Glitchless, even though it's kind of like borderline whether it actually counts as a glitch. Somewhere on Novaria, there's a guy who you do a quest for, and then when you say a certain thing, you get some Paragon points. But when you go back to him, you can do the same dialogue, like they forgot to take it out. So you can just keep going and saying that sentence over and over again and getting more and more Paragon points, basically unlimited.
Yeah. No, you're right. We saw that in the category that is outlawed in Glitchless.
Yeah.
Concentrate on Sovereign.
It wouldn't be worth the time anyway to do it in this category at least.
Yeah.
Make sure he's dead.
So now the second Saren fight, which can go quickly. If you manage to keep him lifted.
Yeah, we noticed that you used that tactic to great effect there. We even got confused as well because we didn't know it cut to a cutscene before you finally beat him.
Yeah, and it was a close call for me because he was floating behind a wall, and if he got behind that wall, then I might not have had enough lift to keep him lifted, and then I would have probably had to replenish my lift or something. So yeah, so Saren is dead for sure. The entity you're fighting right now is the ship that he was flying. It was actually an insect, the Reaper.
Ah.
And it was mind controlling Saren and the matriarch lady, who was Liara's mother, in fact. It's kind of sad when you managed to turn Saren and you realize that he was actually just under its control all along and he wasn't actually evil.
Yeah.
I am sovereign, and this station is mine.
Yep, it's going for lift. So he's only Kaiden has lift. But he's got lift as well. So that's 2 squaddies with lift. That should hopefully be enough. Now he's going to use his lift.
So, I mean, looking at the load remove timer on Umaro's screen, is it feasible, we think, for a sub 4 here?
Yeah.
If he manages to kill him without dying, then yes, it should only be a few seconds, up to a couple of minutes. If he fails this second part of the fight, he'll just have to start the fight again.
Okie dokie.
Okay, he's backing off a bit, so it might take a bit longer. I guess because he didn't have enough lift. Yeah, at this point, you would usually want Liara rather than Tali, but Tali is good for all the fights that came before this. And Tali's probably my favorite character. She's also the one I romanced.
Does she? Well, I don't even know if the race can ever take
Is she
off
the
the
one
helmet.
that gave you the tasteful? Is she the one that gave you the tasteful side bum?
No, because she can never take off her suit, because it's like she'll die of disease. She has to keep the suit on. So you never see her face.
Not the most intimate of romances.
Well, there is an option. She can take some special drugs that enhance her immune system. So
oh, and there it is.
That can be used.
359.
Yeah. Nice. So RTA, that's about a 407.37. Let me just write that.
Yeah, and it's a third place on the leaderboards.
Exactly.
Double finish. Haven't seen one of these for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been skewing the statistics recently. Fantastic. Let me just pop on that second place graphic for Umaro. Thoroughly earned. And a time of 407.38 on the RTA. Incredible, incredible scenes.
Do we think Umaro's going to be able to hear us?
I strongly doubt that Umaro will be able to hear us while the cutscene is going on. So we'll let the cutscene play out, and then we'll check in with him. Yeah, they're all right. Woo!
Take it easy. It's over. You're safe now. Where's the commander?
Caden shaking his head, doesn't even bother to check if the body's there.
Okay, good help these days.
And he's not even like there. You see him running off from the side, like way off. One of the few times Commander Shepard smiles.
Ambassador, Captain, Commander Shepard. We have gathered here to recognize the enormous contributions of the Alliance forces in the war against...
At this point, you can pick whether you want
Sovereign's defeat marks the beginning
Anderson or Udina, like the two guys either side of you, to take over as the new leader or something. Most people pick Anderson. Udina is the annoying ambassador guy.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think Umaro is waiting here because that way he'll be able to hear us, so I will unmute and undeafen. Umaro, friend, well done. Congratulations. You smashed it. Umaro, are you there? Interesting.
That might be the real reason that they paused that dialogue option.
Absolutely fair. Maybe that was oh, your microphone made a noise for a second there. Well, anyway, whether you can hear us or not, absolutely incredible. Grit, determination, steel, a lot of lifting, a lot of shooting. But well, we didn't finish the fight because this is only the first game, but I feel like a fight was finished today by both our racers.
Finished a fight. Not the fight, but a fight.
Yeah.
We'll need 2 more seasons of StruggleR to finish the fight.
Trilogy run when?
Hey.
Hey. Oh, we got you there for a second.
Hello.
Hey. Did you hear any of what we just said? Uh-oh. I think Umaro might have microphone issues.
Or hearing you issues.
Yeah. If you can hear us, Umaro, and you're having issues, try leaving this room and going back into general, and I'll drag you across. Because Quantum Player 1 sometimes has issues with the room, like not letting him hear certain people or talk or whatever, so that might fix it.
Or maybe you should just drag him out and drag him back in.
Yeah, I can try that. Let's see if that's done anything.
Hey.
Hey! Welcome back. Can you hear us? And
yeah.
Fantastic. I'm guessing you probably didn't hear what we were saying before, though.
No, I heard some, like 1% of what you were saying.
Okay, no worries. Technical issues. It's not a problem. We wanted to say, first of all, congratulations on Umaro on finishing the game and doing it still a good hour and 1 minute under estimate, which is incredible.
Yeah.
How did you feel that went? First of all, we would like to say that you were dealt some really tough hands there and some really unfair deaths, but you soldiered on, you persevered, and that is to be commended. How do you think it went?
I'm pretty happy I got a sub 4 with this kind of RNG. I didn't get a single synthetic killing ammo until the last 20 minutes of the game, so basically all Geth fights had double the hit points.
Yeah,
probably lost I probably lost like 40 minutes just because of that. And then of course I had some misplays with all those deaths. And
yeah, no, we discussed before the RNG, and yeah, it's been brutal for you today. But I think that's if nothing, you played it on the example I always go to is Naruto. There's a character in Naruto called Rock Lee. He trains with weights on his ankles and feet, and his wrists. So when someone's beating his ass, he goes, "Oh, I guess I'll take these off," and drops them on the floor, and a huge dust cloud erupts. And I feel like that's what you were playing today with all of the weights on. So yeah, a sub 4 under those conditions is more than admirable. It's fantastic. It does fall to me to bring this race to a close, so I'm going to move over to the podium, and we're going to discuss second place and first place. Now, everyone else at home knows, but let's put our racers out of their misery. So, second place today, well fought, and putting on a display of incredible grit and determination. It is sadly Umaro, but I'm so glad that we got to watch you finish the game. We kind of at maybe one point we thought about, we entertained the possibility of offering you a mercy kill, but I'm glad that we didn't, because not only have you still put it away over an hour under the estimate of the race, but also you got to finish the fight, as it were. So
yeah.
Well, and we also
congratulations to Hex.
Well, yes, you've somehow worked out that because you're in second place, that means first place does go to Hextree. Undefeated StruggleR champion, 5-0. How does it feel?
Oh, good. I just have Titanfall 2 left.
You do indeed. I mean, with
That's
every...
in about a month.
Yeah, with every new race comes the possibility of adding one to that number, but also that the other one may creep up. But so far, that's not been a concern for you. Yeah, absolutely amazing to watch. You really showed... Well, you were actually, as we discussed, only 2 minutes off PB. So that's incredibly good in a race setting. So Congratulations both, though. You really played your hearts out, and we had a great view from the stands here watching. You're probably going to watch the race back just to kind of like see how you did and hear the commentary and stuff. And for that, we are truly sorry.
Did you beat the world record or?
I have what is currently the world record from yesterday, 2 hours 26. I just haven't submitted it yet.
Yeah. So as we gather, the world record is, well, the one that's on the board anyway is a 240, and Hex did a 228 today, but had a 226 yesterday. So that is the de facto world record. So look forward to that notification in your speedrun notification tray if you are following Mass Effect. But thank you, both of you. Such a great race. We will start with Umaro. Umaro, do you have any shout-outs where people can find you, things you want to plug, etc.?
Not really. My Twitch is Umaro ____. But I don't really stream too often.
Fair enough. Well, go and give a follow anyway, and then you'll be notified when streams are happening. Hextree, where can people find you and the things that you do?
Yeah, so on Twitch, I'm Hextree _. I do various campaign playthroughs, and I will possibly be streaming some practice for Titanfall 2. I haven't decided yet. Like, this was the one game I sort of kept close to my chest, like secret about my like PBs and stuff. All previous StruggleR games, I was sort of a bit more open about it. I was just trying a different thing this time. But yeah, Titanfall 2, I don't know if I might just practice it openly.
Fair enough. Yeah, I've found that can both help and hinder in the past, so it's yeah. But look forward to seeing that practice if it's going to happen at twitch.tv/Hextree_. Thank you so much to my uninvited guest, Lovenflufen. You managed to wrestle your way onto another StruggleR race, and we thank you for it. It's been a joy to share this space with you. Where can people find you and the things that you do?
I don't stream terribly much, so of course I'm on YouTube at Lavengi Gaming, where I cover strategy game content, including some tutorials, or whether I just think strategy games are good. Chances are not, because I'm a miserable person and love to complain about everything. Talking to me personally, if for some reason you're not fed up of hearing from me, you can find me in the Wheel of Struggle Discord channel, which has been linked repeatedly throughout this VOD. Or in this really cool place where you can watch all kinds of junk being played called twitch.tv/Garlips.
Oh, you don't want to go there.
Where can people find you by any chance?
Well, funny you should say. Twitch.tv/Garlips. I put all manner of nonsense out onto the internet, and people seem to like it, so I'll keep doing it as long as you enable me. Yeah, we're going to be streaming tomorrow. Going to be doing some Doggy Up, trying to take the world record back from Tate's. In the future, you can expect some Link's Awakening next week as I practice. I'm going to practice openly for Link's Awakening. We'll see if that comes to bite me in the bum or not. The side bum, as it were. But yeah, StruggleR is my main focus at the moment, and you're in the right place right now to see all that stuff, whether you're watching the VOD or you're watching live. So please do continue to support the races. People put a lot of time and effort into them, and I appreciate them for it. Thank you today to our two racers who've put great amount of time and effort into practicing and learning this run, and thank you again to Flea for being here and keeping me company. And chat, thank you, chat, not only for giving us those important questions and debates, but also just, you know, you were here, you helped, in inverted commas, you helped. So all that remains to be said is to tell you about what's coming up on the schedule. As you can see, this week's mega block of 3 back-to-back races is now over. We won't be racing again until Sunday, the 19th of October, but that is going to be a Mega Man Chaos race. It's going to be Mega Man 2, 3, and 5. And the races will have a shuffler enabled that will randomly, at any point between 30 and 60 seconds, switch to the next game. And that game could also be any one of the 3. So it's going to be Really, really fun to watch. I'm going to be joined by Quantum Player 1 for that on commentary, which I'm very excited about because aside from being a fantastic racer, he's also great at the commentary, so that's a boon. Then coming up towards the end of the month, we've got Link's Awakening. That's going to be a race between myself, Kylorian, and perhaps Escape Route British. He's not sure about it yet. His work schedule will allow, but it may be a 2-person race. It may be a 3-person race. That's going to be hosted by Kythius alongside, I think, Floof. You're going to be there, and also Stephen's Rocket is going to be there, making his commentary debut. So very excited about that. And then towards the end of the month, as I say, we've got the Sonic Ring Shuffler, which is going to be Umaro's second bout in the StruggleR calendar. You're excited about that one, Umaro. I know you have. You've practiced hard.
Yeah. That's the one I've been practicing the most for.
Fantastic. The fact that I'm facing you makes me scared, but we shall see how it all shakes out. That is going to be a 5-person race. Myself, the Faded One, Escape Route British, Umaro, and Mr. Matt Internet. So you're not going to want to miss that. Hopefully, I mean, Hobbytan has been here today. I'm hoping Hobbytan is feeling better. They will hopefully be commentating on that race if their health has improved. So we hope Hobbytan has a speedy recovery from the illness that they are currently experiencing. And then we'll have them, plus Tater84 is going to be there. Now, I've shit-talked Tater84 a lot today, and I stand behind all of it 100%, but he's also a consummate broadcaster, so you're going to have an absolutely wonderful time with him. And then rounding out the month, we've got a Versus All Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizer. That is going to be the special seed that Markman has vetted, and Mr. Matt Internet will be showering his special sauce all over, so you do not want to miss that. I'll give you a quick flick through the rest of the months, but I'm not going to go in detail because we'll be here forever. But we've got Ghouls and Ghosts, Titanfall 2, as we previously talked about, the next race coming up for Hex versus NBZ. We've got a Dynamite Heady race. Umaro, you're going to be in that one too. Very excited about that one. Mario Party 4, we've got Zuta 2 versus 2 Archipelago. Trials Evolution, Resident Evil 4, Echo the Dolphin, a mystery race, Peaks of Yore, into December, Croc, Crash 2, Zelda Link to the Past randomizer, Sonic Adventure DX, SMZ3, which is a Zelda Link to the Past and Super Metroid randomizer, and then in January, of course, we have Plate Up and Resident Evil. Truly an embarrassment of riches. So many great races we're going to be throwing at you this year, so and into the next. So please do make sure you put them in your diary, or at the very least, make sure that you are watching the Discord for all of the latest updates about when those races are happening. All that remains to be said is StruggleR Season 3 is brought to you by the Wheel of Struggle. We talked about it about 4 hours ago, so you know all about it, but just in case, head over to wheelofstruggle.com. You can find a link to the Discord, you can find some information, you can find a very nice website made by the Wheel Father himself, Daddy Wheel, Papa Wheel, Kythius. All that remains to be said is we are now going to find a raid target, so let me just take a quick look and see who's live. But thank you all so much for showing up for this race. The daytime races, like most of our races, usually get scheduled in the evening UK time because that's when a lot of people are free. But we had to go with some daytime races to accommodate Hex's schedule, and I think they've actually gone really well. We've had a lot of people in. We've had basically a bunch of work skivers, which honestly I'm totally okay with. That's my target demographic. So it's been fantastic to have you. Just taking a look through the live list, I don't see anybody that I know that's streaming. How about you?
Tesla Fane is a friend of Decky's and ex-Wheeler playing Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, so if you can't find anyone else...
No, Tesla Fane is as good a place as any. Tesla Fane, no stranger to StruggleR, actually. He... or they, I should say, I don't know, commentated on the Tenchu race last season that was between Flame Wheel and Quantum Player 1. So, yeah, we will absolutely get a raid to Tesla Fane sorted. Let me just do that. By the way, the prediction, the results, can I make the results of the prediction come up again? I can. So, I can reveal to our racers that Chat were in favor of Hextree. I mean, his record does speak for itself. 72% of chat went with Hextree and put about 20k points on him. While Umaro, you still had nearly 30% of the chat with 8,000 points on you. So not to be sniffed at. And you know, either way, some people have lost their points and they're crying into their cup of tea right now. So that's the way it goes sometimes, especially if you put your money on Garlips, let me tell you. Right, let's get this raid ready. Any other closing remarks anybody's got before we leave?
Nope.
Nope. Fantastic. All right, let me get this raid ready. Oh, Tesla Fame does not accept incoming raids. That's the first time I've had that message in a while.
I've never seen that before. Okay,
yeah,
I apologize for suggesting
No,
it.
that's okay. So what we will do is I will just search Mass Effect and pick the first channel I see that's live with Mass Effect. Specifically Mass Effect 1. Let's have a look. Oh wait, we're the only people streaming Mass Effect 1 category. So let's go to a Mass Effect Legendary Edition Super Compendium version thing. Looks like English. Yeah, this person's English. Casually Nanas. Let's go with Casually Nanas. I mean, I'm sure they're lovely. Please do say hello. Spread the word of the Wheel of Struggle if you feel. But this way you get to enjoy some even more Mass Effect action. I think they might actually be playing Mass Effect 2. I'm not. Yeah, it looks like 2 and the DLC. So you're just gonna have to, like, in your head, complete the gap between Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2's DLC. You can do it. I believe in you, chat. But please do get ready to raid. Take care, everyone, and that's a goodbye from us. Until the next one. Bye.